Dober dan in prav lepo
Good
pozdravljeni pri
morning
spremljanju
and
šeste
welcome
konference nove
at
tehnologije
the sixth
v kmetijstvu,
conference, New
ki bo tako
Technologies
kot
in
lansko
Agriculture.
leto tudi letos.
As was the case last year, this year's conference will again take place online, disseminating new findings regarding the development of agriculture and the food industry. I'm sure that you have seen the program, and as you can see, we will be on a high professional level, and we also want you to feel good with us, and that you will be provided with answers that you're looking for. And regarding the answers, you will also be invited to take part in the conference. And I should point this out at the beginning, because through the chat you will be able to ask questions and for our guests who will be with us throughout the day. And the conference will take place both in Slovene and in English, with simultaneous interpretation into English, because we have both speakers and listeners from other EU member states.
Dear participants from other countries, the conference will be held in Slovene and English with simultaneous translations into English, and we hope that you will enjoy today's program with excellent speakers and examples of good practice, and that we will meet your expectation. Brez dvoma je, da se prebivalstvo na
So there's
našem
no
planetu
doubt that the population of our planet is growing, and projections show that agricultural production will have to be increased dramatically if we want to feed billions of hungry people. But this is a viable option, if not in a purely classical way. At least we can grow food in a modern way, which means to increase yields using modern approaches and technologies, which you will get to know during the course of today. During today, and future of agriculture is also emphasized by our minister, Dr. Jože Podgoršek, Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Food, who is going to present the strategic plans for the reform of the common agriculture policy in EU member states. But before I give the floor to Dr. Podgoršek, let me point out that you all have the opportunity to ask questions. You really kindly invite you to take part in the conference and ask questions.
For reform of the common agriculture policy will be held by our minister. Please take opportunity and ask any question if you want. Gospod minister, beseda je zdaj.
Mr. Minister, Mr. Podgoršek, the floor is yours. Good morning, and I hope you can hear me. Yes. Please allow me to welcome the guests, both Slovenian and international. This conference is very important. It is important because it addresses the right topics regarding the development of both Slovenian and European agriculture. When we talk about new technologies and digitalization of agriculture, we are talking about producing healthier food, which is less contaminated and impacts the environment in less harmful ways. So, at the beginning, I would like to point out the following. If we want to follow the guidelines of the EU, we have to invest in the transfer and adoption of new technologies. This strategy from a pitchfork to the fork expects major changes from us in the decades to come. But not only the decades, but in the years to come. We will have to decrease the use of antibiotics. We'll have to halve that. We will have to use less herbicides. We will have to halve the amount of herbicides. We have to reduce the use of fertilizers considerably. And we know that the price of fertilizers is growing, and we will have to increase the number of fields where food is produced in an organic way. And These are very ambitious strategies, and if we want to achieve these objectives, we will have to invest into knowledge, into the transfer of knowledge, into new technologies. On the other hand, there are the demands of European customers, the taxpayers, regarding the well-being of animals. So this does not only have to do with doing away with cages, but it also has to do with transport and treatment of animals. And we are seeing new initiatives to improve the well-being of animals. And then there is climate change, because climate change also forces us to adopt and develop new technologies. Climate change is a fact, and in the last 6 years, Slovenia has witnessed 3 extremely cold winters and frosts, which had an impact on the yield. And this was the direct consequence of climate change. And then there was hailstorms, and then we have had periods of drought. So we definitely need new technologies, new knowledge. We need digitalization. And these topics are also addressed in our strategic plans. And this is the case in all EU member states. And I personally can claim that this is definitely the case in the Republic of Slovenia. And the Republic of Slovenia will definitely pay particular attention to these questions in the forthcoming years, and will be supported with financial measures. The strategic plan of the Republic of Slovenia is being prepared as I speak. So negotiations are taking place and are coming to an end, and in my view we have achieved some strategic shifts, both regarding the payments and the investments, because we would definitely like to support modernization and the reform of Slovenian agriculture. And because over the last couple of years we started lagging behind the rest of Europe even more. But the strategic plan, the new one, the new strategic documents improve the position of the farmer in the food chain. Because it is only when we have sustainable farms and farmers with a stable income that we can keep the farms. And if we have well-developed and resilient farms that can also make investments, then the ideas in the strategic plans can be implemented in agriculture as an industry. So the farms have to be capable to make investments. Next, the strategic plans also supports the idea that we will have young farmers taking over farms. And we have provided support for this both in 2 pillars, and we want to really support young farmers so they can take over the farms from their parents. We need these young farmers because they are the ones who will implement new technologies in the farms, and this is what we are looking for with our strategic plans. Let me also mention some activities that took place during the Slovenian presidency to the Council of the EU as part of the ministry that I head. So we addressed several important topics, and At an important meeting which will take place now in December, we're going to pay particular attention to the position of farmers in the food chain, also regarding the stability of their income. Regarding rural areas, we also supported the long-term strategy for the development of rural areas during our presidency, and we organized different events in this field regarding the role of women in the countryside, improving the communication between the agriculture and non-agricultural part of Slovenia, so the rural, between the rural and urban parts of Slovenia. And we also supported the project of so-called smart villages, together with the Slovenian MEP, Mr. Bogovic. We hosted a very important event in Slovenia, which included one of the European commissioners, and this took place in October. But we also took part at the Expo in Dubai, and in both events we emphasized the role of the significance of smart villages for the digital Europe. And I can say that agricultural policy in Slovenia will address and answer different questions, such as the import of new technologies, of new knowledge, digitalization, and so that we can produce healthier, more efficient food, and at the same time protect our natural resources. I think we all have to strive towards preserving our natural resources, and the strategic plan and the CAP is now introducing for the first time an allocation of funds in the first pillar, which concerns the direct support for environmental sustainable farming. So 25% of direct payments will be allocated to this. And so Slovenia, as other EU member states, will have to allocate, as I said, 25% of the funding from this first pillar to sustainable farming. So, and the Republic of Slovenia has done this, and together with the experts we have prepared a range of measures which will increase the environmental standards regarding farming, and it is my belief that this will help us follow all three pillars, so the ecological, social and economic. And let me continue. We also will place a lot of emphasis on digitalization. Through digitalization and with the help of new tools, agriculture in Slovenia will become more precise, more accurate. The impact on the environment will be reduced. This will allow us to use agro-technical products, and so that we will only, for example, use herbicides where this is really necessary. So this will allow us to increase the yield and protect the environment at the same time. And we also want to introduce digitalization in the other agri-food sector. So we want to reduce the number of waste, the amount of waste, because we know that the amount of wasted food, for example, is considerable. And this generates as much as 7% of greenhouse gas emissions. So if we start treating this waste, this will definitely help us reduce the carbon footprint. And by following organic matter in the soil, we can also improve the balance of carbon dioxide by increasing the amount of organic matter. but we can reduce the amounts of CO2 in the atmosphere. And to conclude, let me also mention the financial measures that the Republic of Slovenia plans in this area, in the second pillar, so regarding the development of agriculture. So in addition to direct payments and incentives for less developed areas, for environmental measures. So in addition to this, the investments will also be focused on three key fields. And so the welfare of animals, we're going to allocate more than 75 million euros. For mitigation of climate change or adaptation to climate change, we plan to allocate 50 million euros to that. And this means different measures of protection against hailstorms, irrigation systems, and so forth. And we also want to modernize and digitalize farms and the Agri-Food sector, and we are going to allocate almost 200 million euros. So these are by far the biggest financial interventions in this field in the Republic of Slovenia. And we hope that by allocating these funds in a good way, that we can achieve the needed reform of agriculture. So, and this will also help us stabilize the production of food. So, after this strategic plan has been submitted to the European Commission, which will take place by the end of this year, and the EU member states are expected to do so. So next we're going to focus on the implementation documents as to how these funds can then be allocated among the farmers so that we can achieve the desired objectives. And to conclude, as a former teacher, let me also say that we are also going to focus on the development of new knowledge and the transfer of this knowledge to farmers. So the EU supports the projects of innovative partnerships, and we're going to also provide a special support to the institutions that develop new knowledge. And as an expert in this field, I think that the EU currently doesn't have the technologies to address all the challenges which are before us. Because, for example, we have to expect new pests in the future, also because of rising global temperatures, for example, because of climate change and a globalized market. So we can expect completely new challenges in the future. So the development and transfer of knowledge is definitely one of those interventions which we addressed in the new program period, and this has already been written down in the strategic plan. And we are going to negotiate this through the stakeholders. So the Slovenian economy and the Slovenian economy will benefit from new incentive supports meant for the stabilization of agriculture, and this will help increase the stability of the sector, its resilience. And we also want to highlight the role of farmers in the food chain, and we also want to train these farmers, and more funds will be allocated to counseling groups for farmers. I would like to thank the organizers for hosting this extremely important event. Its content is, and the subject is extremely important, and the subject has been addressed through the strategic plans, so regarding new technologies in farming, in agriculture. And to conclude, because this is probably our last meeting this year, I wish everyone a nice holiday season and peaceful 2022. I hope that all of our wishes will come through, and we do hope that the agriculture will become an important industry, a recognizable industry both in Slovenia and elsewhere. And at the very end, let me say that St. Nicholas has brought some hope for the new program period for all Slovenians, and in particular farmers, because the amount of money allocated to that is now higher than ever before. I wish everyone to stay healthy, to have a positive attitude, because this is what matters the most in the end. Thank you and goodbye. So thank you for the good wishes, and of course we wish you all the best with leading the ministry. And of course this conference would not be possible without the support of everyone, including the ministry. So this is now a good time to have a look at the presentation video.
Podeželje nas vsak dan hrani z naravnimi darovi in sadovi trdega dela. Kaj pa hrani podeželje? Z lokalnimi izdelki in doživetji ohranjamo delovna mesta, pestrost in edinstven značaj, ki bogatijo našo deželo. Ohranimo domače, izbirajmo lokalno.
And if I continue with the first speech by our minister, we can ask ourselves, what will farming look like in 10, 20 or 30 years with regards to all the unpredictable situations that are coming our way? And based on the current trends, the future of agriculture also means automation and technologies, which we will speak about today. But this technology must be price effective, and it must be available financially to various farmers and to farming companies. And this is why today's conference is so important. It brings an insight into the role of artificial intelligence in the future development. But which challenges can be solved by artificial intelligence? Which advantages does it bring? What are the options? We are talking about positive things, but what can we expect if there are any obstacles on the way? These questions will be answered by our next speaker. I would like to welcome him warmly today. This is the head of the Department of Knowledge Technologies at the Jozef Stefan Institute, Professor Dr. Sasha Jarrowski. Hello to you and good morning to you. Thank you very much for inviting me today to be able to speak at this event and to show you some opportunities of the use of AI in agriculture. So my name is Sasha Jarrowski. I am the head of the Department of Knowledge Technologies at the Jozef Stefan Institute. I'm also a professor at the postdoc program at the same institute and a visiting professor at the European Space Agency. Today we will talk about artificial intelligence and agriculture. I assume that most participants already know many things about agriculture. You probably know more about it than me, but you probably don't know as much about artificial intelligence. So my first job today is to present to you some of the basic terms from the field of artificial intelligence. But to be able to find out why you need to face AI in agriculture, maybe I would like to show you a list of challenges that AI will help solve. Agriculture is today facing several new challenges. In the first place is the drastically increased population on the earth. And this means a need for higher demand for food, so agriculture has to produce as much food as possible. And on the other hand, we also have to face challenges that agriculture does a lot of pollution and reduces the biodiversity. It pollutes water with pesticides and things like that. The next problem are climate changes. Climate climate change affects agriculture, but we also have to remember that agriculture is also one of the main contributors that lead to climate change. And finally, a newer challenge. Agriculture is also facing labor shortage because of the COVID-19 epidemic. The borders have closed. Beforehand, it enabled seasonal workers to migrate freely and help out in other countries. And they were holding things together in that respect. And in order to be able to tackle these challenges, there are two important directions. The first direction is knowledge. Agriculture is becoming more and more based on knowledge. The latest findings should be brought to farmers as soon as possible so they can use it in practice. And the other part of the answer is technology. They enable precision farming. We also have new sensors, new instruments, new drones, robots are used. And with these we can tackle several issues. We can combat disease of crops, we can combat pests, we can monitor nutrient levels in the soil, we can also monitor the soil and growing conditions, and last but not least also monitor the crop status and estimate what the yield will be and how much quality will it have. So on the previous slide you saw two important terms, knowledge and technology. And maybe you've noticed that I come from the Department of Knowledge Technologies. These are information technologies that focus on the acquisition, the management, and the acquisition of knowledge and data. And here we have knowledge management, we have decision support, there are language technologies, and one of the most important parts of knowledge technologies is knowledge discovery with machine learning and with data mining. And all of these topics that I've just mentioned belong to the topic of artificial intelligence. So what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence produces computer programs and machines that act in an intelligent way. Artificial intelligence is a very broad spectrum. It encompasses many different topics. For example, production of knowledge, deduction with use of knowledge, machine learning, and lately we also frequently measure deep learning. But AI is more than just machine learning, and machine learning is more than deep neural networks, because these topics get a lot of attention and maybe you could think it's not the way. Now, the development of artificial intelligence started with the topic of expert systems, and expert systems are still being used today very strongly. Expert systems are computer systems that emulate the decision-making ability of a human expert, so they act similarly to a human expert. They are designed to solve complex problems. They are based on knowledge in so-called knowledge bases. It usually has, it is represented mainly as if-then rules. We will look at this a bit later. And problems are solved by reasoning over this knowledge base and the knowledge that is included in this database. One of the key things is that this knowledge must come from somewhere, and it is usually knowledge captured from human experts, domain experts. So we have experts in a certain area, and then we have computer experts who, in cooperation with these experts, move this knowledge into the knowledge base. And nowadays, this area of expert systems is very lively, it's very much alive in the area of decision support. Here from the domain experts to in the process of decision modeling, we get the knowledge in the form of decision models, and we then use these decision models to evaluate different options and different decisions and how to choose the decision. So the initial work in the area of machine learning and expert systems was also very motivational to start working in the area of machine learning. So just like learning is crucial for human knowledge, machine learning is crucial for artificial intelligence. But it has proven that with these expert systems, in order to get an expert system, you need a knowledge base, and you need to acquire this knowledge from domain experts. Experts already know how to solve problems in their area, but they don't necessarily know how to explain how to solve these problems in real life and which knowledge they use to solve these problems. This is why machine learning developed as learning rules from examples that were solved by domain experts and from the data gathered from solving these problems. The problem of knowledge transfer from a human expert to a knowledge base got a very special name, and this is called knowledge acquisition bottleneck. So this is really a bottleneck when it comes from knowledge transfer from human experts to computers. To demystify this term of machine learning a little bit, I would like to show you a few examples from this data. You can see here is a table as an example. So with programs, with machine learning software, you can learn something on examples. So here is some data about the presence of brown bears in Slovene forests, and here you can learn the habitat models on how to find and where to find bears in Slovenia, and we probably won't find them. And if you now ask yourself, what does this have to do with agriculture? On the right side of the slide, you can see a very similar example, a habitat model for pests and types of bugs, for example, a ladybug, and the control of mites on leaves, and the ladybirds control the population of these aphids. And based on this, we can calculate this model. So for 2 decades, we have been working on using these methods on decision support and machine learning in different problems with regards to agriculture. We started with the problem of the coexistence of classic crops and GM crops. Then we dealt with the problem of water pollution with plant protection products and pesticides, then biological pest control and integrated control of pests, where we combine chemical pesticides with natural pest control. Among the latest projects is the evaluation of soil preservation and the assessment of soil functions, to resilience of tomatoes, and the sustainability of agri-food chains from production to supply in the area of legumes. And Professor Debeljak will talk about this a bit later. I would like to show you something now. I would like to show you some examples. The first important system that we developed was the system in support of decision making for the safe use of pesticides, so that we can protect the crops from pests, but at the same time don't burden the environment and the underground water too much. And here we work with the cooperation with the company Arvalis. They were our client, and with their domain experts, we use their knowledge to produce decision models. There were a lot of decision models because this is a very complex topic, but we managed to include this knowledge of an expert from this area and then use it to assess the plans in agriculture and also the risks of underwater pollution. And we can also then make a list of measures to avoid these risks. And I've previously showed you that based on these decision models that we showed, we have developed a decision support system that can be used by agricultural producers, where they can enter their scenario and then they get a risk assessment. In this case, I'm showing you it's a high level of drainage discharge and water pollution. And on the next slide, you can see different mitigation strategies on how to avoid this risk. And this includes several examples: when to use pesticides, which pesticide to use, and also the dosage of the chemicals that are in the pesticides. Our next example, I have already mentioned that in addition to pesticides, we also thought about integrated farming and eco-friendly control and biologic control of pests. And here we modeled the habitats of different types of organisms that are good to the environment. So we have two groups of insects that control pests. The pests in this case are aphids and slugs. And then we also have some different bugs and some wasps that control the population of these pests. And we modeled the habitats for these beneficial organisms that control the population of pests. Our last program that I would like to mention from the decision making was the Landmark project. It was an international project financed by the European Union. Here we dealt with a holistic evaluation of the functions of soil. So the function was to produce crops that we wish to have. So the primary production was one of the main functions, but we also have to make sure that we don't pollute the environment too much and that the water stays clean and not polluted. I also mentioned biodiversity and the effects of climate change, and we evaluate all these things in an integrated way. Within the project, we developed several different decision-making supporting processes. I can't go into too much detail right now, but just to get an idea, we use a lot of knowledge from domain experts into these models. Right, finally, I would like to speak about the current trends in the area of artificial intelligence. So work on AI started with an approach that was focused on knowledge and on reasoning. And the focus was on the tasks that are done by experts. Lately, this focus has been shifted towards perception and towards actions that could be performed by everyday people that don't necessarily have to be experts in a specific area. So here we can talk about and use deep neural networks. They mimic the human brain and the functions of the human brain. And the first models of neural networks had a few levels of these artificial neurons. On the right you can see a shallow neural network, and modern neural networks have a large number of of sub-layers, and all these layers are connected with each other, and these deep neural networks have enabled us to process pictures and to process other signals that we haven't been able to solve previously. We weren't able to solve these problems efficiently. Convolutional neural networks are especially useful, and they are very successful because they can look for themselves on how to get an image and pull out the characteristics that are useful for the classification or for prediction. And this is the key for their success. Human experts had to find the most important characteristics of images themselves physically, and now these neurons can do it. And these convolutional filters are excellent for analyzing different types of imaging. We can talk about satellite images, and for example, for recognizing areas that were subjected to droughts and any other problems related to agriculture, but we can also solve actual problems in agriculture, for example, recognizing individual pieces of fruit. Here we have an example with apples, and with a neural network you can recognize the apples, and here you can see the algorithm for machine vision. And we are very close to having robots which have sensors that go through the orchards and view the sizes of the crops and evaluate and estimate the quality of the crops and the size of the apples. We are also trying to get robots to start helping with tasks, for example, for picking fruit, for example, picking apples or picking strawberries, as you can see. And there are many more things going on in this area, but I don't have much time today, so I will slowly conclude with my presentation today. I will leave some time for some questions that might arise. In conclusion, I would like to say that agriculture is becoming increasingly digital. AI in agriculture is not a phenomenon, it is actually being used already. It is becoming a part of reality. We have many different examples of machine learning and decision support applications. This area is also progressing really fast due to increase in knowledge and data and the availability of data, such as satellite imaging. We have made a tremendous improvement in terms of satellite images. Copernicus can generate high-quality, very detailed satellite images, and now we also have drones available which make images from the air, and we can integrate different types of instruments, for example, for infrared imaging and so on. And the progress is really, really fast. And we are trying to control and to monitor what's going on with the crops and what is going on with the soil. Does the soil have enough nutrients? Is there enough water? We also have a lot of things going on in the area of agricultural robots that will help you to do tasks. This brings us to more efficient and sustainable agriculture and food industry. It improves the food safety, and it also contributes to the protection of the environment, and it has environmental benefits. Of course, this is not cheap, and in long term it will lead to the decrease of lower positions in agriculture. It will become more automatized. There will be more knowledge required in agriculture. And with these words, I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to thank all the partners in all the industrial and European projects that we cooperated on, and of course to my colleagues from the Institute of Josef Stefan who have been working with me on this project for over 20 years, especially Marco de Beljac and my other colleagues. And Marco de Beljac will also speak about his work a little bit later on in the next section. Thank you for your attention. As you have mentioned, and you've also told us who the next speakers will be, this was a very interesting topic, and we don't really have enough time to talk about all these things. And we also have some questions that will be asked to you by Petra Šubic, the portal editor. Hello. I would like to ask you what happens with these result applications once these interesting projects are concluded. Do they start living in actual examples, or is it just theory? So the application that I've shown you earlier, the system called EVADIV, the development of this system was paid for by the French company Arvalis, and this system is used by their agricultural advisors. If you can see this picture, you can see that they have farm advisors, and these people actually go to French farmers and advise them on how to use the pesticides. We were very grateful that we found an agricultural company who is so knowledge focused, and this system is now used by their farm advisors throughout the country. So I can't say that for all the projects we've done. Not every project then finds its way to everyday application, but there are more and more that are being used. Are you facing any other new projects, maybe that was initiated in Slovenia, or are your project partners mainly from abroad? Well, I have to say that in Slovenia we could do so much more. Unfortunately, most of these projects we are working on is with partners from abroad. So both in terms of research projects and also applicative projects. But Professor de Beljac is trying really hard. I will be honest with you, I am an IT specialist, and my primary work is the development of methods of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And in terms of application, there are other people who are responsible, mainly Dr. de Beljac. He is trying really, really hard to connect to partners in Slovenia. So we're really glad that this event happened and that you invited us to this event, because it's important to present what we do to the Slovene shareholders, that we have a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience in this area when we hope to cooperate in the future. At Agrobusiness, we are very happy with such initiatives. We are happy to learn about every practical example so that we can show the people how the knowledge from the research areas can be used and applied at the farm. So we would like to continue with our partnership, and thank you for now. Thank you again.
So more and more companies are introducing new technologies into their everyday work. So we already saw that last year. I don't know if Mr. Jarrowski, if you saw that last year, but we actually want to present examples of good practice, and we will be doing exactly the same this year. And our next speaker is already ready. And if you, our dear viewers, have any question for our guests, please submit them through the chat. And our colleagues are monitoring your questions, the chat, and monitoring your questions. So our next guests will also be experts in their field, in particular when it comes to practical applications of different visions. So we have before us three speakers, two of them from abroad. The first one is from the Data Competence Center, and I'm talking about the director, Dr. Willem Jan Niebe, and he's going to talk about digital twins, virtual versions of a product.
Thank you very much, and very impressed by the Dutch you can pronounce. I must admit that I cannot answer in Slovenian. I'm very sorry. I would have been happy to address this talk to you in Slovenian, but I hope my English will do for you. To start with, it's a great honor to be able to join you and a pleasure for me to share some of our research that we have been doing in Wageningen. On my first slide, you see the name of the talk, Digital Twins and a Living Environment. It is a research program coordinated by Dick de Ridder, who is a professor in bioinformatics, Jene van der Heijden, a coordinator research in our organization, and myself. I'm director of the Wageningen Data Competence Center. I will briefly introduce to you our beautiful organization. As you can see here, it's in the Netherlands, rather flat, very different, I think, from Slovenia. Unfortunately, it's difficult to travel to your beautiful country. And this organization is focusing on educating students and doing research in the living environment. We have approximately 12,000 students, 6,000 employees, and a turnover annual of about 750 million, just to give you an impression. And here you see the different institutes focusing on plant, animal science, environmental science, social sciences, but also food production and technology. So our domain is, for instance, in sustainable production of food, processing of food, research of animal feed and bio-based products, but also on lifestyle and perceptions of consumers and markets. And then as a third part, we investigate the environment. And we think this is a beautiful combination, combining various very relevant issues for society. And we want to advance also in using new and digital technology, because these domains have been characterized mainly by empirical research and mathematical modeling. But now with the advance of digital technology, for instance, in sensoring, in cheap storage solutions, in increased network abilities, and also, of course, the intelligence of artificial intelligence, being able to exploit all these data and new methods and computing power, we really feel that there will be much advance possible in all these domains by further integrating digital competences. So we organized a small team, of which I have the pleasure to be the director, the Wageningen Data Competence Center, to more or less combine the different parts of the organization, primarily, of course, research and education, but supported by library, information technology, education, and also to provide in this manner a window to the outside world. People are working on our campus, but also companies abroad and organizations abroad want to work with us. And the Digital Competence Center or Data Competence Center is aimed to combine the efforts and to provide a window to the opportunities and to better combine the strengths in the different areas. As part of this investment effort, we started a program in 2019, of which I will be talking here, which we called the Digital Twins. And the Digital Twins is a concept mainly known from industry, for instance, airplane engines or other engines can be, so to speak, copied digitally. And then you can, in a simulated environment, investigate how well this engine will perform. It is not an entirely new technology in this domain. It has been well researched, it is being used, but these domains are entirely different from the domain I just sketched you. We are investigating the living environment, and people and animals and plants and populations have many different characteristics from machines. We tend to know more exact things about machines than we know about the living environment. So we addressed a particular challenge, how to use digital twins in the living environment. Now, what is a digital twin? You may or may not know, but just to avoid confusion, it is a digital copy of one particular object or process. So it is a copy, as you saw before, for instance, of one particular cow, or one particular population of animals, or one particular set of plants. This particular thing or organism is being measured by real-time sensor and data, and based on these data we build a twin so that we can more or less simulate what will be the time evolution of this plant. How will this particular plant grow? There is some kind of basic user interaction necessary so that you can, in a simulated environment, change the conditions. What would happen to this particular plant, which is now having this size, if you would provide more water or less water, or if you would change the nutrients that this plant will receive, or what will happen to this particular cow if you would change the operational regime in a farm, or what would change in for instance, society if we would provide different kinds of information. So it's meant to be an exact representation of an individual organism or process, and users can, so to speak, play with this simulated environment to see what scenarios would be beneficial or not. And that's what I've tried to show in this image. Well, being a large organization, of course, we need some kind of organization how to organize the research in this question, and that's what you see here. In short, there are organizers, of which I'm one, but the main thing to be discussed here is that we organized three, so to speak, flagship projects. One, the virtual tomato; the second, Me, My Diet and I; and the third, the Digital Future Farm, as a kind of examples how we want the digital twins to be researched. The virtual tomato will deal with a greenhouse where we grow tomatoes. Me, My Diet and I is about how people respond to eating fat. And the Digital Future Farm is about a farm, and in particular the uptake and exhaust of nitrogen for this farm. I will come back to these individual examples later in this presentation. Of course, there are also cross-cutting challenges between these three examples and others. So we organized platforms for inclusiveness. This is to address the societal and ethical aspects of twins. What happens in society if we would introduce a twin for a farm to the practice of farming? Will farmers be happy with it? How will they use it? Will they experience challenges? Do they need to be educated, etc.? And methodological challenges. What type of model should we use? How can we adopt artificial intelligence? How should we deal with real-time measurement data, etc.? So we built an entire program of several years. We are now in the one before last, and next year we intend to finish this program. There's also a more general idea about this program, that we started with a large number of feasibility studies, investigating also many other examples than just the three I showed you. For instance, we had actually an idea to build a digital cow, so that when we would want to investigate medicine for cows, that we wouldn't have to do that with real animals, but with simulated animals. And there are many other examples, but in the end we had to select a limited number just because of budget constraints. So in the first phase of the program, we have been gathering all kinds of ideas and expertise. Now we are developing the flagships, and in the last year we really want those digital twins to be sent into society, so to speak. So we want to make our knowledge available and find partners to further exploit the possibilities of digital twins. To come back to the original challenge, this is just to simulate that in the left part you see a more or less known system for which it is relatively straightforward to build a twin. The challenge that we see is that in a living environment you encounter all kinds of additional challenges if you want to realize a digital twin, and our program is about how we explore these challenges and what we will find. Now I come to the examples. This is the virtual tomato crop, and you see a lot of information on the slide. Focusing on the right top part, you see on the left the greenhouse with actual tomatoes growing. There are sensors sensing the climate environment, sensing the nutrients being offered to the plants and also the water. And there is also information on the genotypes. Genotypes characterize the race and size and taste and color of tomatoes. And depending on the environment, it is very important to choose the right kind of tomato, so to speak, so the right genotype, so that you have the optimal circumstances for this particular species. So from the left part, which is the real part, we do sensing, data processing, so that on the right part, we can actually show a kind of simulated greenhouse where the plant seems to grow in this simulated environment. And with this simulated environment, which covers climate, circumstances, nutrients, etc., we can experiment with different genotypes and different climate conditions and different operational regimes to see if that would be beneficial, or otherwise, if there are any challenges in disease for the tomatoes, we can investigate how we could solve them without, in practice, the need to do it with the actual plants. So we can investigate, would it help to give them more water, or would it then go worse? Would it help to change the nutrients, or would that not help? And then when we have found a good scenario, then we can really implement it in reality. So there are several stakeholders, the growers, of course, who need operationally to know how to solve challenges and optimize their production, but also the breeders to see what kind of genotypes would be beneficial under certain circumstances and what not, and also consultants and suppliers to see how further greenhouses should be built or what kind of nutrients should be offered. So there are many potential stakeholders to this kind of digital twin. And what you see at the lower right is our facility, the National Plant Eco Phenotyping Center, which Wageningen University operates in cooperation with Utrecht University. And there at many different scales, from the molecular scale to the field scale, we are able to perform all kinds of measurements on tomatoes. Because if we want really to build an accurate simulated environment, we need to know many accurate information from plants. And we operate this facility to collect this information. And the picture more or less in the middle, where you see the empty greenhouse, is an example of the first stages of this facility where we are about to plant the tomatoes. And to the left on the slide, you see more or less the amounts of work that are being done. So we do stakeholder analysis, we test phenotypes, we select models, and then we go further into experiments and integration. Now for the second example, this is of a pretty different kind, whereas the first is in a more or less controlled environment where there are also climate control systems and there is a lot of advanced technology already available in greenhouses. For this example, we focus on people and we want to provide them with nutritional advice depending on their individual genotype, eating habits, physical conditions, etc. Because you may or may not know that people respond individually very different to food uptake. Something that for one person may be healthy may be dangerous in the long term for other people, depending on their constitution. In order to be able to provide individual advice, we need individual information from the people. So we need to know how their response is to food. So actually, we would need a kind of real-time connection to people. Now, this is pretty challenging and far more challenging than in the case of the tomato greenhouse. So what we do here is first use offline collected historical data, try to build a model to see how the response individually is, and then to translate this into food advice so that people can take into account what is healthy for them or not. And the idea is that this provides much better accessible advice than when people would go to a dietist, because there is a kind of barrier before you make an agreement. And when, for instance, you could get an advice from an app, this is far more accessible. So this is an entirely different environment for a twin with a different aim. And here the stakeholders, of course, are the people, the medical profession, and also the food industry to see what actually is healthy food and how can we offer it to consumers. I'm a bit looking at the clock. Please let me know if I should speed up. I will continue to the third example now. and then I will be near the end of the presentation. The third example is about the future farm. Of course, I think as in Slovenia, also in the Netherlands, we have a lot of farms, and it's a very important area for economics and also for society. One of the challenges we have is that farms need nitrogen, but they also produce nitrogen. And nitrogen tends to be unhealthy for the environment if available in too large quantities. So for the farmer, it's very important to have an idea of how his particular farm deals with nitrogen. Is the uptake sufficient, or is it too little to let the grass grow? Is the uptake limited enough not to burden the environment, or there is an exhaust which may provide problems to life in ditches, in the environment, etc. So what we do here is we try to build a digital copy of a farm and focus on the nitrogen cycle. So where is nitrogen being provided, where is nitrogen being taken up, and where is nitrogen being exhausted? And here the stakeholder is the farm holder, who can actually simulate for his particular farm what the situation is and what his operational regime should be, not to burden the environment, and at the same time to achieve an optimal production. And of course, he could experiment this also in practice by operating different regimes, but then you would, for instance, need an entire season to see the results. And the idea here is that he can, in principle, simulate before, without waiting for the season, and then have the simulated result and choose the right scenario for the season. So he can save time, he can save money, and he can, in this way, obtain a far better production. Of course, this is highly challenging. It's difficult to get the data in real time available. It's difficult to maintain all the systems necessary to operate the simulations, and it's difficult to find the expertise to build the models, operate the models, etc. But that is exactly what this research is about. We need to find out how to meet these challenges, how expensive it would be, and how beneficial it would be if it works. Apart from the practical things, there is maybe interesting to see that also there is large scientific potential, because of course we all know the more or less physical models where we calculate how a plant grows or how water flows, but the systems that I've been talking about are so complex that it's difficult to find practical mathematical representations. What we see here on this image, that of course for genetics, for management, for the environment, there is an increasing amount of data available from surveys, from sensing, from remote sensing, as I think you have been discussing earlier in this conference, but also from farm management system and breeding trials. And with the advance of data science and AI, it becomes more and more possible to integrate all these kinds of data into machine learning type algorithms with which you can also simulate these processes, because for a digital twin, it is very important to have an accurate simulation environment. And what I mean to say here is that with the advance of data science, it becomes more and more possible to build, so to speak, approximate models rather than that we would have to wait for the exact mathematical models. And this provides many interesting research challenges. But also for society, there is a large potential for digital twins. This is actually an example from the Netherlands, where the infrastructure is being influenced by many challenges. For instance, climate is a challenge for us, the rising sea level. The energy transition requires a lot of land use, but at the same time we want houses to be built, we want to replace and extend our infrastructure, and last but not least, we need somehow to transition our agriculture to a more sustainable way, and all these challenges together need to be met in only one small country. And with digital twins, we also think at this scale it would be helpful to simulate the possible solutions, and in that manner to increase the participation from society, because then they can actually see what happens. So apart from the scientific potential, there is also a large societal potential on small and large scales of digital twins. This is the end of my presentation. I hope I have remained correctly within your time schedule, and I'm open to questions. Thank you for your attention.
It's perfect you are on time. Bedankt.
Thank you.
But
Graag gedaan.
if you allow, we have question for you too. And here is our business manager of agribusiness, Alexandra Hrovat. Izvolite.
Nice to see you, even if it's only through the screen. And I have some reason that tomato was selected as the first plant to do the digital twin. How did you decide to choose these three digital twins? Why?
Yeah, that's a good question. It might as well have been potato, for instance, or lettuce, but it happens to be so that in the Netherlands, and in particular in our organization, tomato is being researched very intensively. It's a very interesting organism, bearing many relations to other organisms, and it appears to be useful just to start with the tomato, and all that you learn from the tomato you can also transplant to carrots, cabbages, and many other regimes. It is particularly suitable to growing within greenhouses, but also peppers can be grown in greenhouses, etc. So it's a kind of very useful example, but it's in no way intended to mean that we should limit this knowledge to tomatoes. It can just as well be applied to any other type of crop. And regarding the farm and the diet, we have been looking to cover an area as broad as possible. And so we have been looking to examples as less related as possible. And with the diet, we have a totally different environment from the very controlled environment of the tomato greenhouse. The diet twin is about people moving around, difficult to measure, having individual behaviors, and that shows much more diversity than the tomato example. So that's one extreme. And whereas the tomato is a kind of controlled environment, an open farm is far less controlled and also highly complex. So we have thought that with these examples, we cover a sufficiently broad range, but in no way the technology should be limited. It can also be applied to water management, water quality management, animal growth, other than shown here. So these are the useful examples that came up from our organization and that we have selected also in a kind of competition process.
Oh, thank you. Another question. I know that this project will finish next year, as far as I know. What are your plans after that? Or do you have a plan to do some other digital twins, as you mentioned, maybe pepper or potato, or export this knowledge? I don't know.
Yeah, that's also a good question. What we see is that this investment theme is meant to more or less launch the concept. So we use some of the internal budgets to fund our researchers and to invite partners to participate. And for instance, for the Me, My Diet and I twin, there is a lot of interest from partners around us who really want to continue this research. And by this investment, we have been able to provide it with a kind of kickstart. So we definitely want to continue, for instance, with the Me, My Diet and I twin with industrial partners, for instance. And for the farm twin, we see a lot of interest from the Ministry of Agriculture, who has several questions about how best land can be used for growing crops without damaging the environment. And they are already starting continuation project. And the same applies more or less to the greenhouse twin. They are in interest from greenhouse producers, for instance. And there are several other examples, for instance, like a digital cow, which is interesting for another university in the Netherlands, or there is a twin for waterboards, and these waterboards also want to cooperate with us. So what we hope is to establish external relations in order to be able to continue this type of research.
So you are very open to further cooperation, and if somebody wants to talk with you about the cooperation, they can send you email. They can look at Wageningen Research.
It will be my pleasure.
Yes. So, and the last question, in your opinion, with all this technological development, how will the farmers keep up with this, I don't know, digital farm twin? How they will get to know how to use it, where they will get to get the knowledge to use it,
yeah.
And will this come simply to one dashboard, or?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, and that's also a major challenge. In the Netherlands, for instance, We have many farmers which not all have very large farms, so many individual farmers operating relatively small farms, and it is indeed highly challenging for them to keep up with all these technological developments. There is, of course, increasing attention in education on digital technology. So we have, for instance, in the Netherlands, a so-called Green Pact to increase also the attention to IT technology and education. But that is for the future farmers. That's, of course, not for the present farmers. There are programs to invite them for information. And I think also the commercial firms offering equipment provide some information, but I do recognize that also from a European perspective, it may be helpful to provide more attention to providing information, also objective information to farmers, so that they are not dependent on commercial offerings, but can make up their own mind. I think you address a very important point there.
Okay, thank you very much for your time and for your excellent presentation, and I hope to see you next time in live, on a live conference, and I wish you all the success at your project.
Thank you. It would be a pleasure to visit Slovenia, Bas. Thanks for your kind words and good luck with your conference.
Thank you very much. Back to Mojca.
So thank you, Alexandra, for these questions. So we will definitely see each other again, because after each speaker we're going to have a look at your questions. So please, let me ask you one more time. You're most welcome to ask questions, take part in the conference, because this is the only way you can get answers to your questions. And our next speaker has somehow already been announced by Mr. Jarrowski, and he's going to talk about an interesting subject because he comes from the Knowledge Technologies unit at the Josef Stefan Institute, because where they focus on data mining, focusing on the system for assessment and management of sustainability of agri-food value chains. And with this, I'll give you the floor to Dr. de Belliac. But before we do so, we're going to have a look at a video by one of the sponsors
leader in the production of tasty and high-quality food. Our agriculture is characterized by a high level of biodiversity and the diversity of geographic regions, and the location on the border of climates, combined with the multitude of plant and animal species, make Poland the real granary of the world. We want to share our unique food with connoisseurs around the world. Please, sit down at our hospitable Polish table. It's worth it because Poland tastes good.
So thank you. We really appreciate your support and we appreciate your attendance. So now I'd like to welcome Mr. de Belliac one more time. So he's going to talk about the decision support system for the assessment and management of sustainability of legume agri-food value chains. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation and for this opportunity to present our work. My presentation will deal with a very concrete subject. My colleague Dr. Jarrowski provided a broader framework of our activity, and whereas my presentation is, I think, a good result of a European project. So I'm going to talk about the Pathfinder System, which was developed as part of a European TRUE project. The project ended in September last year, and the objective of this TRUE project was focused. So the project was focused on the identification of the best routes or transition paths of to increase sustainable development. So this also had to do with the objectives of the 2030 program, and the project focused on legumes, on the consumer chain involving legumes, and the project was actually focused in particular on the notion of sustainability. What we tried to do was we tried to increase the level of legumes and the overall production, but also increase the consumption of legumes. So we wanted to connect consumers with the production in a sustainable way. So our objective was to develop a system that would allow a controlled transition towards sustainable production and consumption of legumes at the level of Europe as a whole. The Pathfinder system is a decision support system which assesses and manages the sustainability of the entire agri-food value chains of legumes. So, and this project is defined through three notions which are key here, and their properties outline this project, and this is why it is important that they be mentioned and explained, because this will help us understand the system as a whole. So those three items are the decision support system, sustainability, and the agri-food value chains. So in our decision support systems, what this comprised was an interactive computer-based system which supports but doesn't replace the decision maker. And at the same time, it improves the effectiveness of the decision making. So the key element are the decision-making models, the decision models, which were built using the knowledge which we obtained through the data and with the help of data mining and machine learning, and by digitalizing and integrating the existing expert knowledge, which was formalized through attributive qualitative methods. So integrated knowledge from the data and from expert knowledge, and this allowed us to build this or develop the decision manuals, which were then integrated and connected with other elements that would result in the decision making system. So sustainability, we started off with the definition of sustainability from 2002, and this definition comprises three pillars: the environmental, economic, and the social pillar, and all three pillars are interconnected. And if we adopt different perspective, we get the well-known presentation of this concept of sustainability, where we can see that the three pillars overlap, and it is only in that section where all three overlap where we can talk about sustainability. So sustainability requires that all three criteria, the criteria of all three pillars, be met. And then finally the agri-food food chain. So we defined this value chain through five things: agriculture, production, processing, transportation, distribution, market and retails, and the consumers. Once we brought all of that together, this resulted in a structure of this system which comprises three levels. The first level comprises individual chain links, and then we have three pillars. So we first assess the sustainability of individual links from three different perspectives using the three pillars. And the middle level, we integrate the results of individual links and pillars, and then we add the sustainability level. In total, we need 105 incoming attributes, and all of those are defined in separate documents. And the system allows two major functions. The first major function is the one used by similar systems, which is the bottom-up assessment, where the input data is evaluated from the perspective of sustainability at the middle and top levels. And then we introduced another feature of this system, And we, as was pointed out, my colleague, this was done for our French partners. And the system also seeks alternative solutions, and this is the so-called top-down approach. So this system allows us to perform analysis both from bottom-up and top-down. So we specify an objective, and then the system will seek for appropriate solutions. The Pathfinder was validated in 6 different locations in Europe, and it turned out to be very reliable. And we were very pleased with that. And this concludes my general introduction, and I will continue with the practical application of the system. So you can see here the website, and which the users come across when they use this hyperlink. And to demonstrate the system, we picked a green point so this is a case study, and this is a well-known thing in Slovenia. So it's a short food supply chain. It involves a considerable number of producers and everyone else that takes part in the supply of consumers with food, and they cover a considerable range of products and crops. They have their own distribution center, and they cover a broad range of consumers. In our concrete case, we picked a farm which produces vegetables. So they were the first link of this chain, and then the second, third, and fourth links represent the green point, and the fifth link represents a primary school from the vicinity of Murska Sobota in northeastern Slovenia. And then we described all these, all 5 links from the point of view of the 3 pillars, so with a total of 105 attributes. And this is what the input of data looks like in our online application. And for each individual link, we have the input attributes and their values, which are qualitative, and their definition has been outlined previously in a separate document. So we first assess the sustainability of the entire value chain, and we can see here, for example, that this value is not completely sustainable, but only partly sustainable, because we have a problem with the environmental pillar. And then if we consider individual links and pillars, we can see that the environmental does not meet the criteria. And then if we have a look at it in more detail, we can see that the environmental component of this primary school is bad, so they do not meet the requirements of environmental sustainability. The other 2 pillars are fine, but the environmental is not. So what can be done? So we can have a look as to how this could be remedied. So we can analyze the factors which would have to be changed to improve the performance of the school. We can see that if we raise the level or the share of renewable energy from medium to high, so more than 50%, then its performance in the environmental segment will improve. And then the environmental pillar as a whole in this chain will become sustainable, and the whole value chain will become sustainable. So it may happen that technically they cannot conduct such transformation. Then we can continue our analysis and see what other measures there are that the school could perform, and we can see that they could, for example, reduce the food loss and waste in their school kitchen. And as soon as, for example, they reduce the amount of wasted food, again the environmental segment of the school will become acceptable, and the chain as a whole will become sustainable. So this is one aspect. And then there is another aspect that we can use in this bottom-up approach, and that is that we don't assess the existing conditions, but we can figure out as to how changes in the environment could influence the sustainability of the value chain. So if we take this school, for example, as an example, so and the weakest link, so we can ask ourselves, so we have a poor economic situation, how will this impact the school, and what will happen if its financial vulnerability increases, and if the school can no longer provide quality food at a certain price, which is a realistic scenario. So what happens if these conditions are met? Well, we can see that the sustainability in general will not change. However, the school will perform not that well. So we can see that from green we go, this green dot turns orange, and this affects both the economic and the environmental pillars. And then there is the top-down approach, and this is where we consider the chain as a whole, and we can say, for example, let's improve the environmental pillar of the food chain and of the value chain, and then the system will generate possible solutions. So let us have a look at the second variation, the second proposal. So for example, it proposes that we improve the sustainability of the market from where the school purchases their food. So we can see that if the market improves, the entire value chain will turn green. So, and in this concrete example, that would mean the following. So if we can see that this link would then have to improve the energy efficiency from medium to high. They would also have to transform the sources of energy, have more renewable energy, and then to also improve the recycling process. So these are very concrete measures. And then there is another example, another top-down example. So if we have a global economic crisis, then we can expect that the economic pillar will be affected considerably. So what will happen if the economic pillar deteriorates? So which segments of the value chain will be exposed the most? And it turns out that the first three will be affected the most. So the production will turn red the first, then processing and transport. So these are the elements of the value chain that will be affected by a possible economic crisis. To conclude, so who are the users of this system which we developed? First and foremost, the users are those who deal with the value chain as a whole. So the system was developed to control the value chain as a whole, so not for individual links. So this is useful for the decision makers who make sustainable development plans, and also regulatory organizations. Then are also the financial institutions, because they decide as to which link has to be provided with financial support. So for example, if you want to increase the share of sustainable energy resources, so this probably means that we need new solar panels, so something that costs basically. And then we have technological development. So it's of no use to have money if you can't identify the points which have to be upgraded and which technologies you need. So how do you improve, for example, the energy efficiency? Using what machinery do you need, and so forth. So, and the next element is education and knowledge transfer. So the users, for example, sometimes simply do not have enough knowledge regarding sustainability in order to be able to implement these new solutions. And then the public sector, of course, is another target group. So these are the target groups, and I would also like to, in the end, I would like to thank a large number of colleagues who took part in the project and who helped develop the Pathfinder. We also want to thank the EU for the funding and for financial support. And I would just like to remind you that our activities regarding the development of such systems, so that we have been really active in this field. Here is just a brief overview of similar decision-making systems that we have developed in recent years. And if there's any time left, of course, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Among all the projects that you haven't mentioned yet, maybe we will report about them on our portal, and we also have a question, so let's move on to the questions. Dr. de Belliac, welcome also from me. I would like to ask you, do you think that maybe, I am speaking about myself, I am middle-aged, and I am not a lover of technology, not enough anyway to scan QR code and check the origin of produce. Do you think that the coronavirus and all these measures to did this crisis force us to change our attitude towards digital technologies and maybe also to such apps and tools that you develop? Are we more open to technology now? I think that the situation has shown us problems on both sides of the spectrum. The digital age should support and help the society. It should not be an obstacle to society. So the user or the member of the society of the digital age, they should not be able to see the digital age. They should just experience it and say, my life is easier now because of digitization. In the case of the coronavirus, we are stuck in another system. We are stuck with systems that killed the regular user. The regular user does not have the skills and the knowledge to use this technology. Old people have fingers that can't use small buttons. They don't know how to get around technology. So I think that this crisis, we should take advantage of it and aid the transformation and become aware that we have to develop tools with which people can help themselves with, and not having to deal with instructions on how to use these tools, and then they lose the motivation and the drive to use them, and that's a great challenge. And we are trying really hard when we develop our system to keep them user-friendly, and so that the users wouldn't even notice what goes on behind all these tools. So we are trying to improve the positive user experience, and we pay a lot of attention to this. This is also something I wanted to mention. So when we write about new technologies here at Agrobusiness, we write about them simply and from the user's perspective, and in the background there are many data analyses going on, examples, comparisons, acquiring data from various resources. And I think that when we can write a story and present a new technology in a very simple way, then this is the real value. And with it, we can open doors to these new technologies so that it can be accepted to a farm, maybe. But I would also like to know the sustainable chain, as you presented it just now. How far do you think? How far ahead is this reality? How far away are we from this reality? And how will it become something normal for us consumers? I've been buying for my own household for 10 years. I'm very aware of what's in season, what is sustainable. But when will we become even more sustainable? When we will start paying attention to renewable sources, on carbon imprint, on environmentally friendly production? Well, I think that we are all doing this actively already, but it's not enough if the approach is from the bottom up to the top, I also showed you who the end users are, and I never said it's the consumer, because the consumer is not the user of this system. It's the decision makers, and on the local level and on the governmental level they have to adopt a strategy, and based on this strategy it is defined how the society will work, and to find out which conditions must be met in order to do this. The consumer or the regular person, we are all very interested in this. We often face the problem that there is nothing concrete for us to do. But I would like to say that this background that we can't see is of key importance. Those who define the conditions and those who enable the development of modern technologies and those who create a shape that is easy to use for the end user, that's of key importance. And I've already said that before, technology is no longer a problem. The problem is the decision on whether to use this technology or not. Will we get the support to use it or not? The Slovenian society has a great opportunity. We have great knowledge in this area. We are glad that these conferences such as today's exist, and not enough of these things are then transferred to everyday life. In other countries, projects are implemented much quicker, and here in Slovenia we have so much potential and we should make use of it. And today's event will also contribute to this. Thank you. When you cooperate with Green Points, do you have any desires? Do you have any wishes? Would you like to start any new projects to bring this sustainability chain to the people? I haven't mentioned this yet. I was talking about projects that have already completed, but we also have projects that are going on, and one of them also includes the Green Point. We know that there are no supply chains, we have supply networks, and these supply networks are players who change all the time, and it is difficult to connect the producer with the end user because the product travels through a network. And once we put sustainability criteria to the network, be it the price all the time or sustainability, and some companies then don't fulfill the criteria anymore, and then the actors change all the time. So we're trying to upgrade the current system, the system I presented, in a new European project which started this year. It's called Radiant, and we will start and establish a system that will evaluate the entire network that is part of the supply chain on a sustainable level. And the other important thing are public institutions and ordering food. We also have a project with regards to this. It supports decision making for those who create public tenders for sustainable food. We are talking about food that is supplied to schools, to kindergartens, to other public institutions. And there is a great need for support in this sector as well. So this is something I would like to emphasize. Thank you very much for this interesting information. Here at Agrobusiness we will wait for the results of both of these projects that you just mentioned, and then we will also present them to the public. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you also for all the questions. Dr. Debeljak, there is a lot of work ahead of you, so good luck to you and also to your team that you mentioned. And now we will focus in the other direction. We will look towards Serbia, where there is an agri-technological innovator who advises other with an IT support in precision farming.
To je gospod Branimir Popov, ki je direktor Prime-Turnity LLC. Zelo zanimiva tema, prav na to, kako vidi prihodnost kmetovanja z oglikom. Poštovani Popov, drago nam je što ste sa nama i sad je vreme da vam predajem reč.
Dobar dan svima. Hello, everyone. My name is Branimir Popov. I'm founder and director of Prime Trinity, and I'm very happy to have this opportunity to present you some thoughts about carbon farming future. First of all, I would like you to take a look on this picture, because it seems that this picture will be very often, especially in Europe, in the upcoming years. And if we, just a second, I would like now to discuss some carbon footprint facts. So if humanity wishes to preserve a planet similar to that on which civilization developed and to which life on Earth is adapted, paleoclimate evidence and ongoing climate change suggest that CO2 will need to be reduced to at most 350 ppm, but likely less than that. This report was made by James Hansen in 2008. But what happened until now? We have some very, I would say, urgent analysis and results which show us that in 2017, CO2 concentration was around 400 ppm. But we have a Paris Agreement goal which declared that temperature should be less than 2 degrees by 2100. And IPCC projections means that concentration must be less than 480 ppm by 2900. So what we absolutely need is a negative emission. It's a carbon sequestration in soils and biomass. And this is what I will talk about today. So first of all, we all are witness about green initiatives all around the world, where everyone talking about what could be done, carbon zero emissions until 2030 or 2050. So that is a good thing. That means that governments, states are taking seriously this question, and we have really ongoing projects in this direction. We believe that it can be successfully implemented in not just in Serbia, but in the rest of Europe and especially in the rest of the world. But to start with, this slide is very important. It shows that healthy soils are thriving system, ecosystem, that soil are alive. And this is very, very important, because if we consider that just one handful of soil has more living organisms than there are people on planet Earth, soils are a stomach of the earth, consuming, digesting, and cycling nutrients in organisms. Why this is very important? Because all these microorganisms are actually using carbon to be alive and to make this soil alive. And by doing some practices, I will talk about them later, we are destroying and losing this carbon. So by preserving carbon, we can not just preserve our ecosystem, but preserve our soils, which is very important for our future. So what and how we can actually measure carbon? What we can do? There are another tillage system. Usually in Europe, we are adopted this conventional tillage system where we are using plows and disc tillage machines and another kind of tillage machines. But we are aware now that by doing tillage, we are emitting in the atmosphere a huge number of carbon, actually. So just by measuring our tillage activities, we can, let's say, reduce and eventually turn out this carbon emission to be negative. The second one is irrigation, of course, together with use of pesticides, use of fertilizers, which together can significantly help us to reduce the carbon footprint. But what is very important also, I would like to mention this, is actually a new index I would like to promote. It's called Land Degradation Index, which can efficiently help us in the future to measure the activity, how our lands are being degraded in the upcoming years, from year 1 to year 2 or 3 or so on. So when we talk about how we can measure, we all know for different kind of scanners, different kind, of course, of laboratory analysis, physical measurements. But what will happen very soon in the future is that artificial intelligence will take significant space in measuring carbon footprint activities. So what are the pros and cons of all these measurements? We have two perspectives. We have landowner perspective, which is very important because we have a lot of farmers who are owning these lands, and they have some legal, economical, agronomical, and social questions, which is very important. We can expect maybe in the beginning years a lot of resistance in quitting for example, tillage practice and adopting new kind of technologies like we are, let's say, experiencing here in Serbia, because when we start to do regenerative agriculture, we receive a lot of negative feedback about it, that we are actually destroying the soil, which is not true, of course. So from this side, we need to work a lot with the farmers on social introduction, agronomical introduction of perspectives of how they can preserve the carbon in the soil, and why this is important. There is also economical and legal things which must be done usually by government, and this is strongly correlated with the second part of this slide, that our society and governmental perspective must go in a direction that we must provide to our farmers bigger subsidies, especially for these kind of activities. And this will inevitably lead to price increase in food quality. Because what we did until now, we didn't mention that how much nutrient density is important to be found in the food. If we conserve the carbon in the soil, we will have healthier food. And this food shall be inevitably more expensive. This is the fact. We believe that it will happen, especially nowadays during the COVID virus. We are aware of that because the food prices are already doubled. And the question is, it will stop now or it will continue grow. So how farmers can benefit actually of carbon sequestration? So there is economically true subsidies, and we discussed it. There is a land potential increase. When I say land potential increase, I don't mean that the land will physically increase. I mean land potential increase in quality, because the quality is something what we need to be aware of. Also, at the same time, by implementing some new practices, we believe that arable land area could actually decrease, especially if we go into agroforestry. For example, in Brazil, you have some significant laws which are obligated for the farmers, that every farmer must have, from his 100% of land, he must have at least 20% under the forest on his own fields. So if we go into this direction, combining regenerative agriculture and agroforestry as a most efficient ways to preserve carbon, so this means that arable land area will actually decrease, but the land potential will actually increase. I know maybe it can sound strange, but if you think about it, it's very realistic. Then food quality, increasing in food quality is inevitable if we do that. And food quantity, of course, will decrease, but the quality of this food can be much, much better. And also we have these different cost reduction, especially on inputs, because farmer will not use anymore in so big quantities fertilizers and pesticides at all. So how third parties like startups could benefit from this position? This is a critically important question especially for us. We are acting as a technology company. So there is a space to be a middleman between the transactions from farmers and governments during the trading with carbon credits. Their perspective to do a lot of monitoring solutions. We already have these companies showing up in Europe and US especially. There is measuring solutions which particular companies can implement in order to measure the activity of carbon sequestration. And again, I would say that land degradation due diligence technology will be very, very important, especially if you consider that 70% of our soils are actually degraded currently just in European Union. Thank you very much. This is all from me in 10 minutes. If you have questions.
Puno hvala. Yes, thank you for your presentation. We have questions, and here is our business manager of agriculture, Alexandra, please.
Mr. Branimir Papa, also from my side, of course, we have two questions, or maybe one more. Do you notice or know the difference in the way of thinking and using these technologies in European Union or our region? And where do you think this technology will come to life first or in the most usage?
Well, to answer to your first question, we believe that there are some differences, but I could talk from perspective of my country, of Republic of Serbia, because the biggest problem we see here in Serbia are actually the subsidies, because in order to convert the farmer to start doing these practices, which can save the carbon, they will definitely need to receive more subsidy from our government in the beginning. Probably it can be similar with the region situation with the farmers and farming practices. But where we can see that it can be the first adopted is particularly in field crop production. We believe that field crop production can transfer very fast to regenerative agriculture, but it must be done from the government and down to single farmer. So everyone must be clearly educated and informed about what are the pros and cons of this new technology, which is already here. It's not approaching anymore. It's already here.
Thank you. One question more. What do you think that the main challenges that the farmer can face when adopting this carbon farming?
Well, because I already mentioned what are the difficulties, I believe that these can also be challenges. Well, we have, first of all, we have these social challenges, how to break into the farmer mind, because they're used to it something for centuries, for a generation, and it is very hard from our experience to transfer the farmer, to regenerative concept of thinking, and especially if he must learn new things and technologies. So I believe that the challenges will be how to educate, how to transfer the knowledge to the farmer, and how to turn his mindset from conventional production model, where he is using a lot of pesticides, a lot of fertilizers, where he and all the surrounding environment is pushing him to produce more and more, but he is not taking care about the food, the nutrient density in this food. So now he must turn back and start producing in a regenerative concept in order to preserve the carbon in the soil. But this will inevitably lead to maybe smaller yields in terms of quantity, but it will allow him to have better quality, which is very important. So we must work with the farmers in this way, I believe so. So at the same time, the government, the policy shall be different and even bigger with subsidies for the farmers in order to attract them to start doing this practice.
Thank you very much. Another question for you from the public. What do you think is the most optimal way to monitor soil in the large fields, with robots taking samples, satellite images, or somehow different?
This is excellent question. So by doing this job, this business for already 10 years, we gathered a lot of knowledge in this area, especially in soil nutrient monitoring and balancing the biomass from the field. What we believe that actually can be the most efficient way to understand and to calculate how much carbon left in the soil, let's say, is a mix of these technologies. So not only the soil technology, but also we need to focus on satellite imagery, and especially what we believe that it can be very, very successful from the perspective of technological companies will be new generation of machine learning, AI things like in vivo cameras, which will be capable to monitoring what we actually have in the field. Because I would just give one explanation. If you watch from the satellite imagery perspective, you can't actually calculate precise how much yield you have in one field. But if you have the technology to monitor how much yield you left this field, which is very important, then you can start calculating how much carbon you already lost, or how much carbon you can preserve by doing different practices. But certainly the combination of soil technologies with satellite monitoring will be for sure something which will shape the future of carbon measurement in Europe and globally.
Okay, another question. I think this is the last one. What is your recommendation frequency of taking samples?
So we know that usually in taking sample procedure, we are following some procedures which are 50 or 60 years already old. That means that, for example, for micronutrients, for phosphorus and potassium, we are taking samples by doing this every 4th year. I strongly believe that this is wrong because we implementing this new approach, a new feature in our software, which is called dynamic soil analysis. Because what is happening in the soil is balancing itself every single year. So if you take sample in 1st year and then you come in 4th or 5th year, so you actually don't know what's happened in this 2nd, 3rd, and eventually 4th year. So you don't have this information. We believe that dynamic analysis of soil will be possible to do every single year, but on some specific spots in the soil. We can find these specific spots by using exactly these technologies like drones, like satellite imagery, and so on. But to point out, the idea here is soil is living organism, live organism, so it must be controlled constantly, not just occasionally every 4th or 5th year.
Thank you very much for your time, for your presentation and all the answers. I think you are very open to the public, so if anybody has some other questions, they can look for you at LinkedIn and write to you, and they will get more answers for their
Exactly.
problems.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Much.
Thank you very much also. Bye-bye.
And thank you for you too, Mrs. Alexandra. Now we will just have 5 minutes break to prepare everything for the round table. Torej imamo samo 5-minuten odmor, da se pripravimo za naslednji drugi del konference. Se vidimo.
5 minut. Ja, pa smo pa spet.
Poland has been a granary of Europe for a long time. Today, thanks to the unique conditions of growing and producing our food, we are becoming the granary of the whole world. We are getting better and better at taking advantage of the fact that, compared to many other countries, Poland and its agriculture are characterized by a high level of biodiversity. Let's start with the bees. We are at the top of the European Union states in terms of the number of bee colonies, and the number of apiaries is constantly growing. Great honey varieties are also produced thanks to the cultivation of rapeseed, just like the excellent oil appreciated by consumers who care about taste and health. The popularity of grain cultivation results from, among others, favourable climatic and soil conditions. We produce a lot of good quality grain at reasonable prices, so it's no wonder that our grain exports are breaking records. In terms of quality and taste, Polish beef is at the top around the world. Great attention is paid to the protection of genetic resources of farm animals. It is thanks to the biodiversity and the use of the potential of our native breeds, like Bottleneck pig's bread, that high-quality food is produced. The main product of our fruit growers are apples, which are grown practically all over Poland. Every year, we collect over 3 million tons of apples. Poland is among the top 3 largest European producers of mushrooms. We are at the forefront of European goose meat producers. Our farms are dominated by snow-white Kaluda geese, offering extremely valuable meat and down. Poultry is still often grown in the traditional way in the Polish countryside. Chickens, geese and ducks roam freely in enclosures and yards. Until recently, nobody heard of caviar from Poland, but today we are the 3rd top manufacturer of this product in the world. We want to share our unique food with connoisseurs around the world. It's worth it, because Poland tastes good.
Preiskala sem vse kotičke sveta, poslušala vse nasvete, poskusila marsikaj. Saj veste, za najbližje je dovolj dobro le najboljše, še posebej, ko gre za hrano. Slovenske proizvode, ki so višje kakovosti in so dodatno kontrolirani, prepoznamo po znaku Izbrana kakovost Slovenija. To je naša super hrana, naj bo vedno na naših mizah.
Priložnost za sodobno kmetovanje se začne z dobro finančno rešitvijo. NLB Agro. Svetovanje, financiranje, razvoj. NLB.
Podeželje nas vsak dan hrani z naravnimi darovi in sadovi trdega dela. Kaj pa hrani podeželje? Z lokalnimi izdelki in doživetji ohranjamo delovna mesta, pestrost in edinstven značaj, ki bogatijo našo deželo. Ohranimo domače, izbirajmo lokalno.
So welcome to the second part, where we will listen to the roundtable financing and development of startups and projects in agriculture. Na okrogli mizi se bomo torej z gosti pogovarjali, kje v kmetijstvu so torej priložnosti za ta tehnološki, digitalni razvoj, o katerem danes govorimo, in sploh kako do virov financiranja ter ustrezne svetovalne podpore. Glede na to, da se naši govorci torej pripravljajo, imate še nekaj sekund, mi dovolite, da izkoristim to priložnost in se zares zahvalim prav vsem, ki sodelujete na tej konferenci, celotni ekipi sodelavcev in vodstva financ, ki vedno znova prorazvojno tudi osvetljujejo različne perspektive v kmetijstvu in s tem kažejo tudi izrazit posluh in z organizacijo te konference za te premike kmetijstva na bolje. In ves čas se seveda zahvaljujemo prav vsem podpornikom in zdaj je čas, da si pogledamo na kratko še en video. To je Ministrstva za kmetijstvo, gozdarstvo in prehrano.
Podeželje nas vsak dan hrani z naravnimi darovi in sadovi trdega dela. Kaj pa hrani podeželje? Z lokalnimi izdelki in doživetji ohranjamo delovna mesta, pestrost in edinstven značaj, ki bogatijo našo deželo. Ohranimo domače, izbirajmo lokalno.
So the round table will be held in English, and the moderator is Rok Picon, executive editor of portal Finance.si.
Thank you, Mojca. And not just an editor, also a great admirer of agriculture business companies, but especially when it comes to their products. Unfortunately for me, we won't be talking directly about food, but something no less important today, about financing and development of startups and projects in agriculture. We have 5 guests today, all joining us online. We'll be talking to 2 startups, one from Denmark and one from Slovenia, and 3 financial experts, one from venture capital, one from a startup accelerator, and one from a bank. I will shortly introduce all 5 of them. Joining us from Copenhagen is Dragana Vukasinovic, founder and CEO of Fauna Smart Technologies, a startup dedicated to creating farming practices in line with nature. From Slovenia, Matej Štefančič, founder of the high-tech company EFAS, which has established itself globally with the TrapView. This is an automated pest monitoring system. Our third guest is Jure Mikuš, an experienced venture capital investor with more than 30 transactions in the field of various technological industries. And from Warsaw, we have Michał Piosik, ACVC Fund General Manager, Foodtech AC co-founder, a serial entrepreneur, ex-restaurateur, and a failed wakeboarder. His startup accelerator 6 House and accelerates growth and finance sustainable startups. And last but not least is Dejan Pristonik, small enterprise manager and coordinator for agrobusiness at NLB Bank. I would also like to extend my greetings to our online guests from all over the world. You're all welcome to write your questions in the chat, and I will read them out to our panelists. And I would like to keep this as informal as possible. So just when you have a question, just raise your hand, and if you want to comment on each other's, just do so. Let's all feel like we're in a restaurant. Okay, so we have 2 people from real economy and 3 people from finance, and I like to start with the companies. Dragana and Matej. Just a second. Could you introduce your companies a little bit further? What do you do? What are your products and services? And I would like to start with Dragana.
Hello, thank you. Hello to everyone. What Fauna Smart Technologies is doing is basically, like within our name, using technologies in a smart way to empower fauna, to empower biodiversity. Within Fauna, we are all bioscientists. We really believe that technologies should have this purpose to bring biosciences real-time in field. So we all know mechanisms, how actually life works when it comes to plant, when it comes to insects, when it comes to all these interactions. I'm an entomologist myself. And basically what we do is leveraging cutting edge science about plant immunity. If immunity is active or if immunity is inactive, we would like to inform the farmer about it using lab on paper technology. And basically that's what we call it pregnancy test for plants. So using that type of technology, farmers will now know if they need to spray, how much they need to spray, when they need to spray. If immunity is active, sometimes they don't need to spray at all, and sometimes they can actually switch to some new lines of products like plant immunity boosters. So this is actually one of the projects. Then we have also projects related to satellites and mapping out pests and diseases in apple orchards. Then also using DNA analysis, we can actually identify which products are needed to use, because certain insect pests can develop resistance using chemical pesticides all the time. So basically there's several of products and services, and everything is in line to actually give the earliest prediction and prevention. So it's not only ag tech, but it's also solutions, what to do next to guide farmer. And this is basically this holistic approach that we want to give. Yeah, so basically it's briefly about all these projects.
Thank you. Sounds very clever. And where do you sell these products? All over the world, in Scandinavia, maybe also in the Balkans?
Yes. So basically we have pilots for now, like we have minimum marketable products. And that's basically for now Denmark and Serbia. And we have some LOIs also from Slovenia, Italy, and Spain. So we are actually continuing to test this in more countries with more farmers.
Okay. So this is in a way similar to what Mr. Stefancic does. He's also, their products are also all about predicting. Matej, can you tell us a little bit more about TrapView and other great things you do?
Yeah, hello everyone. You're right. It is rather similar, maybe focusing on a little bit different aspect of crop protection. So what we do is a system for automated monitoring and predicting pest insects. And the result of that is to understand not only when and where the pest problem will occur, but also what will be the impact of that. So how relevant it is for you. Currently, we are present on all the continents, but really focusing on Mediterranean countries in Europe, so Italy, France, and Spain, and then also Americas, so the United States and Brazil, also Australia to a certain extent. But it is a bit different approach than was just earlier explained. But the point is, you need to have ground truth to understand what kind of impact certain pest will have on your fields, on your orchards, and what you can do about that.
Okay, thank you. I think I remember I've read that the pandemic actually helped your business a little bit in a way because the labor force couldn't move around Europe. Farmers started buying the trap view.
Yeah, definitely with the shortage of labor and inability to be out there or to import also people from other countries, it became much more important to have remote sensing. So to have a centralized way to monitor different fields, different orchards, and also to introduce the new products. You know, one of the side effects of these pandemics is also the really significant rise of the cost of traditional crop protection products. And that also means that new approaches, especially when we're looking at more biological crop protection or new insecticides, this was, due to the rise of the price of existing products, those options became much more viable. But of course, those options also require much better understanding of what is happening, and that's how it closed the loop.
Okay, let's touch financing a little bit because you have quite some experiences with venture capital, and one of the early investors was even Jure Mikuš. I mean, his RSG Capital, if I remember correctly. So, Matej, have you and Jure become friends?
Yeah, I mean, it was for us was really the major boost in developing the company was clearly when Jure and his team joined or invested in TrapView, because that was the biggest step forward from having something called more like an idea and maybe focusing on some prototypes, maybe some early trials going on, into making the first product that could be shipped around the world. That was definitely a big boost, and also something that helped us later on work on other projects, get SME phase 2 funding, go abroad, and so on. So definitely this wouldn't happen without that investment.
So it wasn't hard for you to give up ownership in exchange for that knowledge and capital?
I think as a founder, you have to decide, very quickly whether you want the company to grow or you want to own the company, right? That's the the biggest question you have to ask yourself, and for all of us, it was quite simple, right? We knew that we have something that is really interesting, that is also quite unique in the world. So the goal was to grow, and no, it wasn't such a hard decision to be made.
Yeah, that's a very typically startup approach. Dragana, what are your experiences with venture capital and financing in a broader sense? Do you use credit, venture, or your own assets to grow and develop your business?
Soft funding. So I'm right now in this stage. We are early stage startup. We are like 2.5 years, but of course we are all scientists, like who lived in academia all our lives and then stepped out. So the science that we have is longer than 2.5 years. But right now we are I am in this stage where Matej was, and I also don't think it's actually a problem to give part of the company if you really want your baby to grow. So for now it's soft funding, and right now we are in a stage where we are actually talking to diversity of investors. Yes.
Okay, so it actually seems that you're in a right place right now, because we have three financiers here: Jure, Dejan, and Michał. Anyone interested in giving Dragana some money?
I don't think they will give money just like that.
Okay. No, but let's really go to our financiers and ask them to share their experiences with investing in agricultural projects, and how are they perhaps different than other projects. And maybe this time we start with Michał or Misha.
Hey guys, nice to be here. Dobar dan, is that correct? Yeah, so in Food Tahiti portfolio, yes. Thanks. So Food Tahiti portfolio, we have two agri-tech startups. One of them, actually three. So we have two projects from the vertical farming area, and one of them from biodynamic and personalized herbicides. So it's a very interesting area in Poland. As you all see in the video, Poland is a very huge food producer and an agricultural hub. Unfortunately, our agriculture industry is quite behind what's happening in the rest of the world, and especially Western Europe. So there's a huge potential here, and we see it. We seek out a lot of startups, especially in the academic area. There's a lot of great patents there to be worked on. So yeah, we're really looking optimistic in the future. We're also very happy to seek opportunities outside of Poland. So Central Eastern Europe is definitely in the spectrum. Right now we're scouting for the 6th batch of our acceleration program. So Food Tahiti is the Agri-Food tech accelerator, and we're raising a fund for agri-tech startups because at this point we've been investing our own money and the money of the business angels and VCs associated, and right now we're going to launch our own fund. So yeah, and if we if things go well, I mean, we'll be very happy to talk to Dragana and any other startups that might be listening to us to help with funding in the future.
Very well. I hope you exchange your emails after the event. Michał, you were a restaurant owner, if I read correctly about you, but you aren't there anymore. What happened?
Pandemic happened. No, actually, I've run. I've done quite a lot of things in my life. I also used to work in banking, consulting. Then I owned a cooking school, which is still operating. Then a couple of restaurants, and yeah, I mean, restaurant business is very tough, and frankly, it's not very scalable. So a move towards food tech, because I think we can make much more impact in the world when, going into technologies and looking into things that might change agriculture for all of us. And it's much more fascinating to work with inspiring founders such as Draga and Mate over here. So yeah, definitely much more interesting business to operate in.
Okay. Let's go to Jure Mikuš from RSG Capital. Can you tell us a little bit about your experiences with investing in agri-tech and other agricultural companies?
Yeah, hello everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Starting from I think it was 2013, right, Mate?
12.
12, okay. Time flies.
Yes.
Time flies. Yeah. We have not been specifically oriented towards agro or any other industries at that point, and also over the lifetime of the funds that we are managing. But we are always looking for industries that have some long-term growth projection. And when we talk about AI, when we talk about fintech and so on, we simply cannot avoid healthy food production. That's one of the mega trends that will be around for the next X years probably. So it was a natural choice to look at this industry as well. We didn't know much about the agro business at the point when we invested in IFOS or TrevView. But we learned, I would say, quite a lot over all these years since today. And that resulted also in additionally 2 new investments that we've done in our portfolios in the agro business. And I could say that the industry itself is a little bit different from some other industries where we're involved as well. But namely, it moves a little bit slower. But definitely with all the new technologies that are getting involved in the industry, with better connectivity, with better processing power and so on, we see tons of new opportunities where new technologies could be applied in the agro business, and I'm sure that in the coming years we'll find some new agri-tech companies for our future portfolios as well.
Okay, thank you, Jure. Dejan, you work for a bank, for NLB. Bank is a little bit different when it comes to financing. You don't get involved into companies as much as Jure or Michał. Can you tell us a little bit what kind of projects do agribusiness companies need credit for?
Yes, hello to everybody from my side. I hope my connection will hold till
it holds for now.
Till the end. Okay, thank you. Okay, in fact, I actually do my job in both business with classical companies and companies operating in agro segment, of course. If we are talking about these companies, then I must say that these companies are borrowing under the same conditions as other companies. Both classical companies and these agro segment companies are using or are taking credit for new investment in capacity, for working capital, or for expanding business in development. The bank check their creditworthiness on the basis of financial statements, on the basis of actual project, of actual and projected cash flows, and of the case with a view to growth and the development of these companies and their position in the market in the future. especially if we are talking about project financing in this segment. The bank will be focused on added value, of course, of the project at the end, or when the project start to serve the market. In this case, bank will be focused on the investors' experience also from the past, and of course, how the project will generate the money for loan repayments. I can say that a lot of investments in this moment goes in direction to expand the capacity of the farms to size down the carbon footprints and in sustainability projects. And I also expect, regarding on the trends, some bigger so-called green project in these coming years. And I must say that in NLB, we have the knowledge, experience, and at this moment, very high liquidity to support that kind of project. And we are supporting all the good projects which will help Slovenia to increase self-efficiency, of course, and which will be sustainable focused.
Okay. Thank you, Dejan. Now, we all know that European Union is putting a lot of money into farming through subsidies, but what about agri-tech startups? Is there some financial support available too? Who has some experiences with that? Matej and Dragana, have you ever relied on EU support?
Yeah, we have. I think it goes in two directions. One thing is what you have available either through Horizon 2020 program or some maybe more country-based programs that are supporting that kind of activities. And yeah, we have been involved in quite a few different projects related to that. And the other part is what we see recently in terms of development of some green economy funds that are happening, which really follow quite a lot the whole idea of Green Deal, investing in sustainable solutions or impact investment and so on. We just saw one such fund being established with, I think they have around 200 or 250 million. It really shows, that there is an idea to retain companies also when they reach certain level, that it's not, the natural next step isn't necessarily US or China in some cases, but that the companies will also stay in EU. So I believe there is, of course, quite some work to be done, quite a few connections to be made, but at the end, I really see that the whole EU is trying to make an ecosystem that will follow the companies also beyond, let's say, first few million of investment.
Okay, Matej, your company recently received the second round of financing from Japan, Netherlands, and Italy. So let's say that you're quite successful at getting finance. And we have some listeners that are also probably from agri-tech startups. Can you give them some advice how to attract financing?
A lot of work, I would say. Yeah, I think.
Or what not
it was
to do? Have you made any mistake that you would like to warn others of?
yeah, maybe what not to do is perhaps not to be too much in the comfort zone. To really have a plan, how you will grow, but also one thing that has been emphasized a couple of times so far, when you're dealing with agriculture, you have to deal with the nature, and you have to build trust. So for us, it's not just saying, okay, here we have seasonality, right? We know that we will not do anything in apples during the winter in Europe or something like that. It's usually building a longer term relationship. So maybe having 2, sometimes even more years of trials, definitely 2 years of successful trials before you can really make some serious commercial agreement with major partners. So and I believe the same goes also for financing, right? Try to learn from the companies that already went through this in a sense of at a different stage. It's a bit different. I believe very often we think that we already have a product that we don't, especially related to what I mentioned earlier about these trials and so on. And then also thinking about what's the long-term competitive advantage of what you're doing, and then you can start talking to different people. But it's really in many cases a thing of applying to different events, making connections with different stakeholders. For us, for example, one of the major boosts in terms of being recognized also within Europe was when we were one of the finalists of Rabobank's Food Bites program. So don't make a mistake in a sense. I'm in my happy place now. I'll do it on my own. I don't have to deal with sales, with anything, but really go out there and try to make as many connections as possible, and also assess where you really are. And typically you don't know on your own. You have to ask someone else to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Matej. Jure, same question to you. What to do and what not to do when seeking finance?
I can continue where actually Matej finished. First of all, start early. If you're too early for venture funding, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't talk to the investors. You need to build the relationship with the fund managers. You need to to build the trust, and only if we see you as a trustworthy person, then we will talk to you, and we'll consider it to invest in your company. So it's nothing wrong if you start talking to us even in the stages where you know that you're not investable for venture capital at that point. Then the second thing, I think that it's not good to not know your numbers and the market potential, and in general all the KPIs that we're looking at. If we see that that you're inflating your plans, that you're inflating your numbers that you're going to achieve in the coming years, and then you're not following with your revenues or other KPIs, your plans, this will not help you to raise the funding neither. And of course, be open to new suggestions about changing or your business plans or business models, in general, because it is, if we are talking about the any kind of technology, that's new, that's very innovative. It normally brings alongside the changes in the business models. And based on our experience, and I don't want to be very specific just for Matej here, but based on our experience, most of the startups are good in technology, not so good in sales and business modeling. It's sometimes easier to find reserves with business model than it is in technology. So it's good to listen to a lot of people, to share your ideas about your product, about your market potential, and so on, and hear what others have to say about you, about your product, about your markets, because this might result in a better and more optimized business model that you'll be putting together for your startup.
I can just fully agree with Yuri on that. Yeah, and it's a constant change, right? And really, usually it is. Yeah, we are usually a bunch of some either engineers or entomologists, Dragana in your case, or something like that. We see only technology. You have to build business around something else. Around technology, but it's a different skill set and different type of organization of the company.
Yeah, thank you. Now, when we're talking about startups, we often compare ourselves here in Europe we compare ourselves with the US, which is, when it comes to startups, let's admit it, some years ahead of us. Now, what should be changed here on this side of the ocean to close that gap with the US? And whoever wants to answer these questions can just go ahead. Dragana.
Can I?
Yeah,
because I talk a lot with exactly European investors and US investors, and for US investors it's like, wow, it's a great team and you know how you're gonna do it. And so it's basically really this idea of what startup is. It's like even if you have a great idea and a great team and this idea is on a napkin, they will invest. And for European, it's like, oh, so do you have a product already done and it's a revenue? And I'm like, I'm a startup, I'm not a company. So it's really different, I think, on that level when it comes to investing. And I think, at least like my experience, and then also I think fundings in these early stages for some like more of this exactly complex system innovation, which environment is. I think it needs to be bigger investments in those early stages where we really need for these kind of systems. It needs to be a bit different than like if it is like a typical IT company, or if we actually deal with life sciences going out there in the field. So I think this is I hope I'm clear with this. I don't know what is actually experience with, like what Matej had as his experience when it comes to okay, Michal.
No, please continue. I just wanted to relate to that after you're done, because what I can see in Europe, especially in Poland, is that the typical VC funds, they don't have a lot of experience in investing in agri-tech and food. So they ask for what you're saying, right? Which is a proven product, proven market traction. I think it's connected to the underdevelopment of the area, because when we started 3 years ago, nobody wanted to invest in food tech, and right now we see a couple of our companies attracting Series A funding. So the more experienced VC funds, they see that there is a potential here, and again, they're starting to the market's starting to get a little bit more mature, and they look towards the pre-seed and seed investments as well, and that's quite good for us. I mean, we're the only one in that in that area in Poland, or even CE, so that's really interesting. One other thing is that you have to remember that Europe has a very especially again the Central and Eastern European market, that the capitalization of the VC market, so the capital available for us, is nothing compared to the US. There's the the amount of money overseas is vast, and they throw money at everything. So and again, it's more developed market, and there's much more capital, and I really hope that and we can see it happening, that soon we're going to have the same or approaching to that level, especially in our area. But yeah, I think it's happening. I think we just have to wait a couple of years more, and we're going to be there.
Okay, great thoughts. Anybody has anything to add?
Yeah, I would just like a very quick advice to Dragana. Don't put too many hopes into the US investors at this stage, because you will see one of the key condition is that you have the US operation as the main operation, or Israel, one of those. I think that's really the biggest challenge, to find the right investors within Europe, whether that's generalists like Jure and the funds he have, or more specialized, or corporate or whatever, but don't think too much, or don't put too many hopes into the US investors, because yes, the tickets are typically higher, but also the costs will be much higher, and you will have to think about reallocating the whole thing.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're slowly going to wrap up with one final question. What do you think is the next big thing in agricultural high-tech? What will change the industry? And let's start again with Dragana.
I think really, I think I have this, like, life sciences will really break and make the new world. So I think there's plenty of beautiful science in Europe, and it's really time to make that science, to wrap it up as a business, to make products and services really based on those mechanisms that we learned in a lab. How do they work in a lab? But they come from nature, right? So now it's just like, for example, within all of these projects that we have, I think really plant immunity, it's a shining star of our portfolio. So nobody was betting on such a logical parameter to introduce in farming industry as plant immunity, right? So if immunity is active, plants are capable to defend themselves. So this is actually some of the things we learned in a lab, and science about plant immunity matured in just like a couple of years back. So now it's really time to use that and put it real-time in field, to leverage it using real-time technologies that are already there. So really coupling science and tech, because it's not only the tech, but how to make that tech smart, when to apply technology, what will you gain out of it. So I think these are things where we need to start connecting these dots in a different way, because I think we live in an era where we do have everything. Now we really need to be smart how to connect these things. So this is actually something that we need to put more of these scientific findings, and Europe has beautiful science, to really put it out there in the field. So to make this entrepreneurial scientists, like to really work on that, just like Stanford is in US. We need to work on this.
Okay.
So this is the next, I think, big thing, to really make this European scientists, that it's not something that is shameful to be all your life in academia and then to step out and make business. but it's actually you're putting your science on a next level if you're making business out of it. So this is, I think, really the next big thing for the whole European ecosystem and for not only for agriculture, but for so many things.
Okay, thank you, Dragana. Michał, what do you think is the next big thing in agri-tech?
Robotics and automation, especially vertical farming. Again, in Poland, we see we're a lot of land is cultivated, and this land is getting deteriorated. We have the lowest level of groundwaters in Europe, so we will have to switch to vertical farming, or we starve. That's it. So yeah.
Okay.
Robotics.
I think these are more niches, but in terms of two major trends, one is in terms of food tech, it's definitely more plant-based diet. And in terms of food production is sustainability. Now, of course, then there are many niches within that, right? Whether that's robotics, whether that's digitalization of crop protection, whether it is better understanding of the maybe monitoring on a plant-based basis, especially in high value crops. But in general, I really believe it's how we address sustainability within production and that how we can produce food that is more plant-based, because that's where it seems that things are really going.
Okay, thank you. Jure?
Yeah, not sure I'm the right person to ask.
Yeah,
which is
I was just
what's the
I was just wanting to add that I know that you're not from that you're not so into food tech and agri-tech, but I know that you read a lot, and I know that you know a lot of companies. So it would still be interesting to hear some of your thoughts.
Yeah, I wanted just wanted to say that we, of course, we always stick to having people with deep domain knowledge around us that can tell us which thing is which new technology might be interesting for us and which is a little bit overhyped at the moment. But generally, we tend to look at the companies that are combining technologies we know better. That's why I said at the beginning that connectivity is definitely one of the things that has helped agri companies to develop much faster. And if you look at our portfolio and the agri-tech companies from our portfolios, you could see that the common denominator is definitely the connectivity and the data transfer and the algorithms. The AI algorithms which help companies to manipulate the data much better than they used to do. So that's what I think will guide us further in our investment activities.
Okay, thanks, Jure. And I think we might have lost Dejan, but he apologized in advance that he has bad connections because of some electricity troubles. There's a lot of snow here in Slovenia today, so apparently he dropped out. And we are on time. I would like to thank you all for coming, for talking to us, and now I will give the mic back to our lovely moderator, Mojca.
Oh, thank you, Rok, and thank you for other guests from near and far. Now we will just have a half an hour break. So see you into the full part of our conference. Torej vidimo se čez dobre pol ure, vzemite si čas za kosilo, sicer pa je tako, da če nas spremljate nadaljavo, lahko tudi zraven jeste, vendar si bomo mi vzeli za to, da vse pripravimo tudi za naslednji del, ko bomo razglasili zmagovalce high-tech natečaja. A res? Hello and welcome back to the second part of our conference. We are moving on with our program right to the Slovenian high-tech competition to discover who is this year winners, and also we will listen their presentation. Imeli smo že celo dopoldne konferenco, ampak seveda dovolite, da pozdravim prav vse, ki ste se nam tudi pravkar pridružili. Res je, da smo v prvem delu strokovnjaki odgovarjali na vprašanje, kam in kako gremo v prihodnost. V drugem delu pa si bomo tudi zastavili pomembno vprašanje, to je s kom. In z natečajem high-tech torej iščemo nove prakse pri razvoju in uporabi novih tehnologij v celotni prehranski verigi, tako rečemo od njive do mize. Zanimajo nas torej napredne, inovativne in predvsem uporabne rešitve v vseh fazah kmetijstva pri proizvodnji, logistiki, trženju hrane.
Agriculture in logistics and food production. The newspaper Finance has already presented 17 different examples of best practice examples, and now we are about to find out who of these people and contestants was the winner. We had 3 categories: user, idea and provider. So we should also say who was a part of the jury, and these people were Dejan Pristovnik, Daniel Copot, head of ITC Murska Sobota, Blaž Germšek, head of Jablje Infrastructure Center from the Agricultural Institute of Slovenia, David Kadunc from the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Food, and Aleksandra Horvat, business manager of the Agro-Business project. And we would also like to find out what the jury was looking for. It is important for you to find out. You probably didn't read everything about it in the journal. So, originality, innovation, efficiency and the positive impact on the environment, usability and availability, also the importance and the suitability for Slovene agriculture, and the economic efficiency of the solution or the innovation. And now we would like to announce the finalists and also the final winners. At this point, I would also like to thank all our supporters, and we also give them some airtime so that we can watch their presentation video together. And now is the time to watch the video by the NLB Bank, who is a supporter of the Agribusiness High Tech Award. With me is the business manager of the project, Aleksandra Horvat. So we have come to the moment that everybody is waiting for. Many people have also joined us now. So let's move on to the first part of the 2 finalists in the category provider. So please tell us first who the 2 finalists were. So the first category was Best Provider in the area of new technologies in agriculture, and these were Kmetija Rotnik with the project Moo Hero, with collars for cows, and Evergreen for turning waste into new environmentally friendly products. And we had a very interesting debate in the jury. It wasn't an easy decision to make, and the winner is the company Evergreen. Please let's have an symbolic applause in your living rooms. We would like to congratulate both the finalists and especially the winner. And with us today is Miss Eva Strasser, who will tell us what the company Evergreen does and why they have gained our trust and why they won this award. Eva, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Welcome everybody. My name is Eva Strasser and I am the representative of the Evergreen company. I'm noticing that my presentation is gone, so I cannot see it, but don't worry, I can also solve it in another way. 5 or 7 years ago, we have dealt with the question about where the waste should go. We noticed that lots of waste is still going to the landfill, where it goes into the water and into the seas. And everything then returns back to us, mostly in the form of food, and that is definitely not okay. And that is why, about 2 years ago, we managed to start a new business model, which we called Green Life. This means that the waste is given a new life and is returned into the life, and this new product is launched onto the market. So what do? We take some waste, agricultural waste or business waste from business partners, then we transform it into another form, be it liquid or solid, and from this we create a granulate, and then we spray this in machines for spraying plastic, and by doing this we get a new product. We also use a sustainable loop. We ensure that these products can be recycled again or are completely biodegradable, and then they become food for microorganisms. Here are some examples of what we have already created. We have used waste from roasting coffee, and from this waste we made little coffee spoons that can be added to coffee providers. From hops waste, we created a new recipe and a pilot project of how to use this wet waste into granulate and then make single-use beer cups. And we also created candles that can be put onto graveyards that can be completely that are compostable. And at that point we managed to launch a larger number of products at that point. So what does it look like? They're single-use coffee cups. They can be little containers for coffee. Any products that you imagine that you would like to use and you think that you could include them in your product line, but they are used, what we use is the customer's waste. And last year we also added another step that was missing before. We created a new formulation. We knew how to create the product. We knew how to launch it to the market, but we never got the end information that we would like the story that we would like the product to tell. So we decided that it is time that we also add a QR code on each product. So you can scan the QR code on any of our products, and then you get the information which farm the waste was from, what percentage of waste is in this product, what's the carbon imprint of this product. We add instructions for use for this product, and also how to use this particular product. We also have a post-sale channel, which means that within the QR code we also introduce other products that are also part of this sales line. So what are our plans for the future? Maybe a few words about us. We are working on an innovation for climbing. We're also seeing first results. And maybe I would like to say something about our team. We are a very young team. There are only 4 of us, 4 individuals who unite their experience from the plastic industry and from organic materials, and we're also adding IT solutions, and we are trying to improve the world. So we are trying to create a better and greener world. Thank you. This was a very interesting presentation, and thank you again, and congratulations again for winning. Petra Šubic will ask you a few questions now. I would also like to congratulate you on behalf of Agrobusiness. You are also known for biodegradable candles and for biodegradable flower pots that you plant into the soil and then they decompose. All of these are products that are very suitable for the foreign market. Do you also plan to export your products? Do you have any experience with exports? Well, thank you again for your congratulations and thank you for this question. Initially, we wanted to start the most demanding task to create a 100% biodegradable flower pot for plants that will also protect the plants from pests. And after a few months, this will also become fertilizer for the plant. And every innovation must be tested thoroughly. And we are doing this for the 5th year in a row. 20,000 pots were already on the market. We've had lots of feedback. And within the last year, we have been improving the functionalities of these flower pots. So now we can say that the flower pot has been tested, confirmed and certified, and now is the right time to also progress to foreign markets. Because if we don't do the basics, there is no point in moving ahead. Do you have any plans? Have you chosen your first target markets, or are you still open to anything and to new opportunities? Yes, for the past 2 years, we have been in contact with an association of German urban farmers, and they would like to purchase 500,000 of our biodegradable flower pots. And at this time, we also patented some holes within the pot so that the roots don't turn inwards but grow more environmentally friendly. So it is a good place to be even for the plant itself. What about your other products? It seems that you have various options. There are many different types of material when it comes to waste. There are endless possibilities of transforming this material and creating new products. Is there a new material that you are working with? Is there something that you would like to change into something new? Currently, we have 7 new projects that are open. I am glad that this year we have been contacted by individuals who said that they had a type of waste. So this means that we move to the location of that company for 4 years. We do a complete analysis of what we can create from their waste. At the same time, we are trying to apply to European tenders so that this waste is then created into a new product that is suitable for the customer. We've had mills, we had wood processing plants, we've had farmers. So we have a wide range of potential customers, and this is also why we started a new business model, which is called diagnostics, because not every type of waste material is suitable to be added to biopolymers, and that's why we had to start doing a selection. So the new formulas for this year are based on waste from Turkish coffee, also waste printing paper from offices, and also a formula that is based on wet hops and beer production. Great. Will there be any of your green products that will be edible, or are they useful otherwise? This was our thesis 5 years ago when we had the idea of creating. At the moment, we are staying true to the functionality and not the edibility. And if the functionality is that the product has to be temperature resistant, then we've achieved that, but the edibility is something we still have to work on. So you've given us some interesting information. We wish you lots of success when conquering new markets, lots of success with the new business model. Thank you very much. We will also have a competition next year, and maybe you will be able to promote your new products at next year's competition. Who knows what will happen? But this conference should also connect people. We are also being watched by the Hobbs Institute, by dairies. So maybe, because you have mentioned what the new possibilities are, now is your chance to use the chat and to exchange contacts, and maybe some new exciting things will happen and new collaborations could emerge. And now we are with the next category, which is users.
So we have two finalists, and I suggest, Alexander, you introduce them. Yeah, I'll do that in a moment, but I'd like to mention that I think the company Evergreen took part in our competition last year. So last year they didn't make it to the finals, they didn't win the competition, but they did so this year. So this is a signal to everyone else that we are actually following the situation all the time, and maybe if you don't win the competition this year, maybe you can do so next year. So thank you, Mrs. Strasser. And we're with the next category, the user. So we had two finalists, the Jampa Farm, which they play the classical music to cow, and they help the cows to feel better, and they have collaborated with the company TF Lab, and this is a company which actually processes waste whey, which is generated with the milk production, and the winner is the Planika dairy for the new technology which solves the problem with waste whey. So I'd like to congratulate the Planika dairy plant, and we have with us Mr. Hakim. So good afternoon and congratulations. So the collaboration has been very good, and I will give the floor to you to tell us as to what you actually do and how all of this developed. So my name is Hakim. I'm head of the TF Lab company. What we do is develop different filtration systems from filtering potable water to recycling. We had a big challenge with the Planika dairy plant, and we accepted this challenge. We tried to develop a device that can process waste wheat and create a new product out of waste whey. When making cheese, processing milk, what is also generated is whey, and usually this is waste, becomes waste, and this is a major burden for the environment, and it cannot be released into the sewage. This is just no longer possible. So we know that it costs a lot to remove waste whey. So in the case of Planika, where we have 8 to 15,000 liters of milk, this would amount to almost 80,000 euros per year for disposing waste whey. So we came up with a solution. What we do is we concentrate whey to the point that we can reuse it. In our case, we first thought of generating feed, so fodder for animals. So we designed a machine. It's for molecular separation. As we know, whey has a major potential not only to produce feed for animals, but as dry matter, it can be very useful for example, athletes. So we use this device, this machine, which separates high molecular weight components from low molecular weight components. So waste whey is in a reservoir, and then it enters a centrifugal separator. And as we know, whey has a low pH factor, 3.5. And the system then automatically corrects the pH level to 7. And then in the separator, the whey coagulates. And part of this coagulated whey is taken away, redirected into baskets or very rough filters. The rest of whey enters a reactor, and the reactor has membranes whose pore size amounts to 0.01 micron. And then we create vacuum, and then the remaining whey goes through the membrane. So what we get is, in 90% is water, and the rest is protein and other matters. So 90% of this water is separated, and it goes into the sewer, and the concentrate that is left and that accumulates around the membrane is then pumped back into this basket, where we have the final product. So, and the possibilities here are unlimited. In our case, we get a concentrate which is turns into high quality animal food, and then you can also upgrade this system, because you can also produce pure proteins for athletes, or for example you can produce bioplastic for packaging. And the previous speaker pointed out that we do share certain things, and I'm definitely going to get in touch with them, because this would be fantastic for us. And it would be nice to create packaging from whey that could be reused in the production line. And then from whey you can also produce fuel and many other products which can be used in different fields. And this is how the wheel comes full circle. So our objective is to reduce the COD, and then we want to reduce the environmental footprint, and then we want to develop new devices, machines that could recycle different types of wastewater. I'll add another thing. So this device, this machine, was developed for processing whey. However, with minor modification or upgrading, you could use the same device for processing a variety of wastewaters. So, for example, wastewaters in agriculture and other domains. So, which means that this will help us reduce the cost of transporting wastewater, and sometimes we can even purify that wastewater to the extent that it could be reused in the production. I will stop here, and of course if you have any questions, I'm available to answer them. The interpreter can't hear the speaker. So you already produced pure protein from whey? Well, we haven't done that yet, but we're working on it. And what is special about these dry proteins is that you can use it for athletes. Yes, this is really pure, a very pure form of protein, and it is also very high quality because Planica processes milk that comes from cows which are located high up in the mountains in clean areas. So all of these products are of very high quality. And there's a big difference between protein obtained from milk from cows which are in, for example, in barns compared to those which are out in the open pastures. Have you also contacted any other dairy processing plants? No, not yet, because we only have just completed this project. So, but we think that this will develop further, and then we will probably get in touch with other dairy plants. Well, congratulations, and we do hope that maybe in collaboration with Mrs. Eva Strasse, we're going to develop maybe new products. Yes, I definitely consider us very compatible, so thank you. Yeah, and this is actually also the objective of our conference, to bring together people, to connect them. It's a pity that we can't be here in person, but as Alexandra pointed out, you come from the coastal region. We come from the coastal region. It was not that easy to get here, but of course it's better to at least have a conference remotely than not at all. And we have now come to the last category, the idea as such.
And who are the finalists in the category idea? So the best idea in new technologies is the company RGA, Research Genetics and Agrochemistry, for growing with symbiote bacteria, how to teach way to use nitrogen from the air, and the Slovenian Institute for Hop Research and Brewing for using hop biomass to produce new products. And the award goes to the company RGA, Research Genetics and Agrochemistry. How to teach wheat to pump nitrogen from the air. Congratulations to RGA. With us today is Mr. Primož Titan. I hope you can hear us and see us. Mr. Titan, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Congratulations to you for your idea. I know you have been developing it for quite a few years. There are still many steps ahead of you, and I would like to give the floor to you so you can say a few words about your project and about the current development. Thank you very much. Let me just take a minute to share my screen with you. Can you see our background? No, not yet. So can you see it now? Unfortunately not. We can't steal the background. But we can also help you out from the studio. Let me check with the technical team to see if we can share your presentation. Maybe you should just start with your presentation. So I'm now sharing my presentation, and I think you can see it now. RGA, the company was founded in 2013, and it was an offshoot of the Institute Jožef Stefan. It was founded with the aim of developing different types of wheat, and today the company owns various types of wheat which are in the European wheat catalogue and also on the list of wheat varieties in Serbia. In addition to our Slovenian portfolio, where we deal with new types of seeds, we are also reaching into the area of agrochemistry, where we are dealing with the development of hydrogels. So we're transforming organic biomass into products with an added value. In the past few years, we have also been dealing with developing race regulators on a biological basis, and this is also what we are talking about. We're using bacteria to get nitrogen from the atmosphere and to moving this nitrogen into wheat and into maize. From now on, there are also have been using symbiote bacteria for legumes, and in a way we haven't been using that yet. So we would like to develop this idea further for it to be useful for commercial use. And it will be about sustainable agriculture, where we can reduce the use of mineral fertilizers in the production of wheat and maize. And we could reduce the use of mineral fertilizers because they raise the cost of production, and they are also not great for the environment because of nitrogen seeping into the water. At this point, I would also like to emphasize that we have moved on from just an idea, and we also have very concrete plans for next year. We are planning to test a product in Slovenian farming. So our company as such, we are a micro company. We are working on two areas, so developing new types of wheat and maize, and also as an institute where we cross modify and also use economically viable sorts of grains, and we are also dabbling in agrochemistry. The Slovenian market is rich in chemical products, so we found our niche in the use of and development of hydrogels and new races. This is everything I would like to say for now about what we're doing. Thank you very much. You can't be this short. We also have some questions for you so we can find out a bit more about your product. I would also like to congratulate in name of the editorial board. So how come there are new types of wheats that are not yet included on the list in Slovenia? There are 4 types of wheat that are in the European catalogue, but are also being sold in Europe. And part of this is also the national Slovenian list, and these 4 types are already included in the Slovenian list, so they are already in use. Could you please repeat your question? Are these new types of wheat already used by Slovenian farmers? Yes, we offer this in the Republic of Slovenia in cooperation with our business partner. The seeds are being cultivated in Slovenia and distributed to Slovenian farmers. And some of these seeds are also exported to Austria and to Slovakia. So we also have close connections with our business partners from the Republic of Serbia, who also registered these sorts for the Republic of Serbia. Will there be a new type of wheat which was described in your article and that you were talking about earlier that uses nitrogen from the air due to symbiotic bacteria? Will it be useful for several years, or do you have to replant it every year? So is this type of wheat which is being tested, will it be the most revolutionary out of all the ones that you have previously developed? For long-term plants, we cooperate in the EcoBreed project. We are one of the partners, and we developed these types of wheat, and in combination with this symbiotic bacteria that binds nitrogen from the air, we have revolutionized the production of wheat. The carbon imprint is very low because you don't have to replant it every year, we don't have to prepare the land every year. So the bacteria is used that adds nitrogen, and with this product we are about halfway on our path. But at this point I would also like to say that we know what we're doing, and we are doing great, and this will be executed very quickly. It's not just a product that was designed for the Slovenian market, because wheat is being planted on a global level, and along with maize it is the most important grain in the world, and modern humanity is based on maize and wheat as a source of calories, of materials, and also as a future energy source. So these long-term plants are about halfway, we know what we're doing, and within a reasonable amount of time this will be used by local producers and also abroad. This is excellent news, as the price of fertilizers have doubled in the past few years, and the farmers are really worried about production costs for the following year. Slovenia is a very small country with a small market, and it is hard for Slovenia to reach a level of independency because we are dependent on foreign fertilizer producers and also foreign seeds. The partner that deals with seeds for the types of wheat that you design, could you tell us who this is? Is this a Slovene company or is it a foreign? It is not a business secret. This is the Slovene company Intercore. We will be following you closely, and thank you. Thank you as well. Can I just say, wow, listening to this, we could ask so many more questions and find many more details, but I think we've heard enough for now and for the time we had allocated. So thank you very much for announcing the winners. We will see you again on stage later when new questions will be asked. So we have now met the best competitors at the high-tech competition, and it was a great pleasure meeting you. But this encouragement of innovation is not a means in itself. We would like to grow, we would like to see change. So this is why we are revealing all these things in new technological solutions. We have heard about many new revolutionary shifts, green shifts in agriculture, in startup companies, and we will also know about it more with the future new speakers. We are talking about people from Warsaw, Maribor and Belgrade. And our next speaker is Dr. Olga Belek from the Seed Hub from Warsaw, from the Faculty of Management from the University of Warsaw. So I would like to invite everybody to find out how their ecosystem works, and also the three most interesting startup businesses that arose from this project.
So my name is Olga Pelech, and I'm the EIT Food Seedbed Incubator Manager at the University of Warsaw. I expect that my presentation will be a little bit later, but I'm happy to have, I hope, more time for the presentation. I would like to tell you today about the Seedbed Incubator and about the EIT Food, who we are and what we are doing. So the EIT Food is the Europe's food innovation initiative, and we are working to make the food system more sustainable and healthy and trusted. Our mission is to create a world where everybody can access and enjoy sustainable, safe, and healthy food with trust and fairness from farm to fork. Our role is bring all players together and guide and accelerate the innovation process that will transform the food system. Leading agri-food companies, research institutes, and universities. Our network also includes the Rising Food Start Associations, where we're trying to bring together the best agri-food startups and scale-ups. And we have our headquarters in Leuven, and we have also the few regional offices in Warsaw, Friesing, Reading, Leuven, Bilbao, and Madrid. If to talk about our community, so it's our main power, and we are bringing together the key players from across the food value chain, including the industry, partners, startups, research centers, and universities. And our entrepreneurs that joining our programs, they of course benefit from founding, mentoring, experts, and access to thriving European network of innovators. And here you can see some samples of our partners, like industry partners. Here we have just few of them, as a Siemens, Dochler, Danone, Nestle, PepsiCo, but there is much more. If to talk about the research centers and the universities, so our partners, University of Cambridge, or for example, the Queen's University of Belfast. I would like to add also that the Queen's University of Belfast, they are the leader of our seedbed program. In our network, we have also the startups, our alumni, for example, Fijus or Natiferent Biotech. So why do we matter? So first of all, because of the big food challenge. Food innovation is critical to the future of the healthy people and our planet. To feed 10 billion people by 2050, we need to radically transform our entire food system. Also very important is a policy framework. The European Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy ambition is to transform the agri-food sector and arrive at a carbon neutral, circular, resilient, and resource efficient food system, and restoring biodiversity and promoting sustainable and healthy diets to the citizens. Of course, there are also very huge market opportunity, because the innovation in agri-food sector is worth more than 200 billion across Europe, and the agri-food industry has the highest number of jobs if to compare to other sectors. And if you talk about innovation, so unfortunately, there are just less than 4% of all EU startups are in agri-food. So we need a thriving entrepreneurship and innovation across the entire food system to scale solutions for radical change. During our scouting and during our support and work with the startups, we're focusing on the 6 focus areas. And this focus area, they're also aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development, also to European Union's Farm to Fork strategy of the Green Deal. And they are alternative proteins, targeted nutrition, sustainable agriculture, sustainable aquaculture, digitalized traceability, and circular food systems. If to talk about business creation, so we have our 3 flagship programs, and we work with entrepreneurs at all stages of their journey. So from validating their market to scaling up their business and achieve the impact. So the seedbed incubators, it's the program for aspiring entrepreneurs or entrepreneurial academics, or for newly formed startups, and usually they are not older than 12 months. The IT Food Accelerator Network, we are calling this also FAN. It's for already registered startups and with the pre-seed funding and with some traction indicators. And the Rising Food Stars, it's a program actually for early ambitious scale-ups with the paying customers ready for significant growth and global scale. Very important to say also about our impact in 2020. So we invested last year 3 million euro, And the external investment which was attracted, it's 100 million euro. We involved more than 25 actively working partners. Also, 350 companies were supported by our business creation team since the inception in 2017. And of course, the teams they are from the aspiring entrepreneurs to the companies that we support them scaling up internationally. And now I would like to tell you a bit more about the seedbed program. So the seedbed program is first of all a 6-month program that aims to transform innovative ideas into the market validated business propositions. And participating teams will receive the access to expert training and personalized business support. They will have also very good opportunity to work with the expert in residence in our region. They will get financial support for proof of the market activities. So it will be up to 6,000 euro. And after this market journey, after the validation their idea, they will get also the potential for follow-on support from the EIT Food and launch the new venture and de-risk their technology. And the program is delivered, as I already told, by EIT Food, but what's more important, by EIT Food partners. I would like to say also that we are looking for aspiring entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial academics, and newly formed companies. As I already told, they cannot be older than 12 months from the date of registration. So how we work? So we have 5 regional hubs in Germany, in North Ireland, Denmark, Spain, and in Poland, actually at the University of Warsaw. And all of the seedbed incubators, we are actually doing the same, but just with the different teams from different regions, let's say. But we're one big power, one big team. So we support our participants with the skills, coaching, and with the funding to get out of the building and test their ideas directly with more than 100 potential customers, end users, and partners. I would like to say that University of Warsaw, which actually responsible for realizing the seedbed program in Poland, it's one of the leading research universities in Poland, and one also of the most active supporters of the entrepreneurial initiatives in the country. And we are realizing actually much more projects of EIT Food on our university. And here you can see also the countries that from that countries we're looking for the startups, and we are also we will be very happy to have them in our program. This year, unfortunately, we didn't have the startup from Slovenia, but I hope from this presentation, after this presentation next year, we will have them. So I would like also to show you our startups from this year cohort. This is Magic Broth from Lithuania, 40 Fruits, Legume, Meganzins from Poland. They will have their presentations later on. So we had also the Robotech from Ukraine, Goikonut from France, Space Crop Technologies from Hungary, and Plattenbaum from Germany. If you would like to know more about their technologies, because today we don't have too much time to talk about all of them, so I can share with you the brochure about our teams. Or also I know that there was an article published before our conference, so you can read about them as well there. So here we have one of the entrepreneurial actually academics teams that they were the winners in 2019, and they were from Serbia, from Novi Sad. They call Fijus, and they helping to fight with anemia. There is actually a lot of benefits once you will join our program. First of all, it's a world-class training on developing market testing strategies. to validate your key business assumptions. Also, you will get funding to realize more than 100 customer conversations. You will have the possibility to explore the technology and IP positioning strategy, storytelling, pitching, training. Also, you will have the possibility to work with the mentors or with the experts in residence. It will be one-to-one coaching, and what more, you will have the possibility to attend and to be invited to pan-European EIT food network meetings, and you will be also exposed to the investors or potential commercial partners. And those who will be successful during the seedbed program, they will have the access to the IT food follow-on support. So maybe here I will not concentrate because it's also benefits, but just for the research organizations, they are pretty similar to this that I was talking before. So the entry criteria. So if you're the team, so you have to remember about this, that one of your team members should be the resident of the EU country or the associated countries. If you're applying as a startup, so you have to be established in the EU country or associated country. To join our program, you need at least 2 active members or support from your TTTO. Also, if to talk about the business proposition, they must be underpinned by scientific or technological innovations with a proof of the concept. And of course, your innovation should be addressed for the one of these following key areas that I was talking before: alternative protein, sustainable agriculture, and so on. And if you would like to be a part of our program, so you can register now on the website businesscreation.eitfood.eu. Once you will register, you will get informed when the application process will be open. I hope it will be in February. And next year, we are planning to support 40 teams in our 5 hubs. So here you have the key timings of the seedbed program. And so if you would like to know more about our project, about our program, so you can contact me directly by the email, or if you would like to be our partner, you can contact our business creation manager, Lakshmi Balatashan. And if you would like to have the presentation, please let me know about it, or please let know about it the organizers. And now I would like to invite our startups from our hub, and I think that they will tell you about our seedbed program as well, and I believe that they are the best ambassadors of us. Thank you very much.
We will give them, of course, possibility to say something, but just a little bit later, because we have questions for you, Alexandra.
Okay.
Hi, Olga. Welcome.
Hi.
Welcome at our conference. And of course, I have some questions for you. Of course, your program is still open for applications, yes, till April, as I understand.
Yes. Actually, because now we are just finished the program, and the teams that they will have the presentations a little bit later. So they're our alumni already, because we had the final event last week, and still we don't know actually when we will open the application and then when we will close them. So I don't know, I can't say you very precisely, but I hope that it will be around February, and maybe you will close it around April. But for sure, for those who will register at this business creation website, they will be informed very precisely when it will be open and when it will be closed.
So if anybody wants to participate in your program, they have to, let's say, follow your website or write you on LinkedIn, and you will give him, give them all the information needed.
Yeah, and if we have, okay, thank you.
Okay, and in your opinion or experience, which ideas or startups have the most potential to succeed in your program or in market in general, with all these trends that are going now on?
So I believe that the startups that their idea based on deep tech, for example, they have the chances to survive.
Okay. And in your opinion, what would you suggest or just to warn startups on their journey in development, getting finance, what to think about? What are the most points they have to be careful? Because you work with many startups and you have really a lot of experience.
I think the first of all, they have to come to us and they have validate their business idea. So this is what we are doing actually. So we want to help the startup just to put their attention on right ideas and just to not waste their time and their power. So we're helping them to connect, to be connected, and to make more than 100 customer conversations. And from these customer conversations, they're getting, I think, very valuable insights. And some of them, they're also changing the direct of their activities, let's say, or even their ideas. For example, this year we had the startup from Ukraine, Robotech, and they had an idea to do the autonomous robot for removing the weeds. Actually, it's a great idea. However, after the customer journey or market validation, they find that maybe the robot is not the best thing that they can do. Maybe they have to concentrate just on device that they can put it actually to every machine, every tractor. So that's why I think it's very important to validate your business idea before investing anything in it.
Great. Thank you very much. Olga, I wish you a pleasant afternoon, and thank you very much for your participating, and we are eager to hear your startups.
Yes, and dziękuję bardzo.
Hvala.
Did you know that there are very few startups in the field of food production? Only 4% of European startups focus on this area. So it is therefore essential to accelerate innovation and provide startups with a development environment that will provide financial support to achieve the scalability of innovation development. And one of them is the next startup, 40 Fruits. So the word is yours, Mr. Leslav. Zapraszam. We don't hear you.
Okay. Hello.
No, it's okay.
Good afternoon.
Hello. So?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you and the word is yours.
Thank you. We are 40 Fruits company incorporated in March 2021. Company name comes from the fortified fruits. Natural food is often not tasty but very healthy. Manufacturers are looking for new natural ingredients to improve the taste. We have been dealing with the problems for almost 4 years. Our project is about functional food. I'm sorry, I do have some technical problems. Food manufacturers would like to follow the market and provide tastier natural foods. Food manufacturers would like to exchange synthetic ingredients to get well-known taste, profile, and color. Natural ingredients are not as strong as the synthetic ones. Natural ingredients are also expensive. Customers like food without E-numbers. Customers want foods with well-known taste, profile, flavor, and color. Manufacturers would like to get food with much more fruits without chemicals and with accepted prices. Our solution is to provide specific fruit elicitation machines. The machines will elicit fresh fruits to increase the amount of polyphenols. The polyphenols impart well-known taste, profile, and color of food. Machines will provide technical services for extract producers and producers of dry fruits. And second solution is to license technology to produce enhanced fruits extracts for extract manufacturers. The enhanced extracts will improve taste, color, of food. Extract will provide more antioxidants for better health and customers. Our value proposition is well-known taste profile of fruits, stronger color of fruits up to 100% and standard fruit extract, easy to switch technology for food producers, stronger taste profile up from 50 to 100% and standard fruit extracts, no e-numbers, no chemicals, much less amount of fruits to get the same taste, and we decreases cost of fruit ingredients of food producers. We did some research to compare our blueberry extract with other blueberry extracts on the market. Our blueberry extract get a 60% stronger color in amount of polyphenol and 108% stronger taste, profile and aroma. Our product extends also shelf life for fermented dairy products. We focus our product on 3 market segments in which we see our large advantages: dairy products, chocolate and sweets, chewing gum, and fruit producers, fruit jelly producers. Business model. Our products replace synthetic ingredients or natural foods. Our products reduce cost of fruit extracts. Our business model is based on 3 sources of income. We provide fruit elicitation services with the help of our unique machines. The fee will be based on increased polyphenol content of fresh fruits. The second, we will license the technology to improve fruit extract with fruit carriers, and the fee will depend on the amount of sale. In addition, we will sign a commission agreement for sale with fruit to improve fruit extract. Through the sale contract, we want to have control over the entire process. And also, let me just introduce our team. Forty Fruit is made up a team of 5 specialists. Mr. Balavider is a professor of food chemistry. He's co-founder of the company, and he deals with new technology for production of our products. Ms. Matwoch holds a PhD position in food technology. In our team, she deals with implementation of new products for potential customers with our ingredients. Our technology comes from our food technology specialist. Mr. Nitzpon is the company director of marketing and sales. Mr. Batch holds PhD position in mechatronic engineering, and he is involved in the construction of elicitation machine. And myself, I run the company, and I am responsible for building the team. And that's the last slide with our logo. Let's build together the future of natural and healthy fruit extract. If you have any comments, questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Zapraszam. Yes, we have question for you, Alexandra.
Yes, we have a question for you. So, as I understand, you finished your program now with Agri-Food Seed Hub. And what are the biggest takeaways you get? What are the knowledge you get you didn't had before, but now you can say, well, now we know how to do it. What is the big difference before and now?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. First of all, our segments were completely different when we started the program. We thought much more about bakeries and jellies, not about chocolate and chewing gums. Finally, when we went through our journey with seedbed, we found completely different niche for our products, and we developed the product according the needs of our potential customers. That was a completely different idea to think about our product in a small team, and when we just talked with potential customer, we just see that the product is completely different. That was large advantage for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question. What do you think, how big is the market potential for your products?
Yeah, I didn't put a slide, but it's enormous.
That's why I asked you.
When we are talking about natural food, and we have to shift from synthetic ingredients that improve taste and color, we are talking about billion of euro for sale in every year. We estimated the value because we don't know exactly, what industry will be shifted. Let's say that on the base of our very conservative idea, we see that the market can be like 12 billion euro sale for every year.
So a lot of work for your sales representatives.
Correct.
And marketing, of course. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your time, for your presentation, and we wish you a lot of success in the future months and years, and a lot of billions from the market, let's say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, Alexandra, now we will get to know the next startup, and with us is, I hope that I will pronounce it correctly, Maciej Majewski. Maciej, are you here with us? Do you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
It's correctly,
yes,
Maciej?
yes, it's almost spot on.
Almost. Okay, so the word is now yours.
Okay, please confirm that you can see my presentation.
Not yet.
Can you see my presentation?
For now, not. But we will wait. We can see you.
We can see now.
Okay, now it's presentation on the screen.
Hello everybody. My name is Maciej Majewski. I'm one of the co-founders of Mechanzymes, 2021 Agri-Food seedbed alumni. I will briefly present you our project, our startup. So, 20% of our bodies are made of proteins. Every kilogram of our body requires 0.8 grams of proteins every day. And these figures are even higher for seniors aged 50 plus, and those people who are active in sports. So proteins are crucial for our muscles. So the market problem we have identified is twofold. First, we know that insufficient access to high quality supplements impacts people's diets and well-being, especially those middle-aged and athletes. And also, increasing input costs and stiff market competition decrease profit margins of food processors and diet catering providers, for whom this is even more painful than just launching new attractive products. To verify our understanding of the problem, we've run several tests that helped us eliminate seniors and vegans as primary customer groups, but we confirmed that the vegan feel of our Mechanzymes is a key market differentiator. We found out that people generally don't even realize how proteins impact body. We also realized that working with diet catering services and small innovative food processors will offer us better margins, and the pricing we could get would be up to 50% better than we initially expected. Up until now, we have over 140 customer interviews done offline and online during 3 trade shows, and numerous conversations with partners from most of the European countries and beyond. This brings us to our solution: 100% vegan products, improving protein intake and general well-being. For individual clients, it helps improve protein intake and general gut health by even up to 30%. Athletes will benefit from faster muscle mass building. It's easy to store and serve and offers pure vegan experience. For retail clients, Mechaenzymes will be delivered as capsules or sachets. For B2B clients, it has a scientifically proven effective. It offers marketing advantage and opportunity for improved cross-sell and upsell. Also, it allows to use less input proteins and still deliver same or even improved nutritional value for end clients. And we will be offering Mechaenzymes in big bags with competitive minimum order quantity. The market potential is immense in global terms. Third-party data shows that both target segments, functional food producers and meal delivery services, will be experiencing steady growth in the years to come. Our end clients will be represented mostly by middle-class consumers and Generation Y and Z, focused on health and lifestyle, and most importantly, willing to spend money for that. We haven't found a direct competitor, or rather partial substitutes that do not offer the same value proposition, specifically with regards to vegan experience, the 100% natural plant origin, and the value for B2B clients. Mechaenzymes is produced by applying low temperature drying technology under atmospheric pressure. As a result, our product contains scientifically proven ingredients, improving physical and mental health. And we are currently in the process of registering a trademark. What concerns the patent, the solution is patentable as well. Our team has a strong background in R&D and business development, specifically in food and agri sector. We do, however, need to hire people responsible for marketing and sales, preferably with FMCG or pharma experience. Also for interim assignments, we will be working with food technologies that will help us set up and scale a production line, and legal advisors that will help us bring the product to the market, market it, and remain compliant with all the food regulations. Following the insights and the EIT food journey, we know that additional tests are necessary to verify the quality of our product to convince our B2B partners, specifically food processors. Within the next 6 months, we should receive equity-free grant from EU that will help us launch the product and start production. And we are also in talks with a seed VC fund offering combination of equity and grant. Plus, optionally, following some very interesting feedback during all these customer interviews, we may address animal feed market that can potentially lead to a pivot if successful in the future. So that's all. Thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer your questions.
I have a questions for you. And first is the same as before for your friend Fortifruits. What is the difference before in your knowledge or your process and all the project you're developing before you joined the program, Seed Hub, and now? What knowledge did you gain? What expertise? How did they help you in the most way?
So, first of all, they pushed us out of our comfort zone and made us talk to clients, not just in Poland, but basically 50% of our customer conversations were done with customers, partners, vendors, investors from abroad. And this is one of the biggest values. Secondly, we had an idea in mind when joining EIT Food, and during the incubation, we eliminated some of the initial potential customers groups, like seniors, for instance. Seniors we considered the main customer group at the beginning of our incubation journey. But during all these customer interviews, we decided to eliminate them as the potential first choice customer groups, because they wouldn't be as happy to use our product as, let's say, middle-aged people, which are way more wealthy and way more focused on their diet, and most importantly, middle-aged people are open for innovations versus seniors. Also, we eliminated vegans as the primary target group, because it turned out that vegans are not experiencing the problems our product would address in the first place. And what concerns the value proposition for the specifically for B2B clients, EIT Food helped us narrow down the story for potential business client, and also better identify the end customer. At the beginning, we thought that bigger food processors would be the way to go, whereas it turned out that small or medium-sized food processors are way more innovative, way more open to use our products. So yeah, these are the main benefits from the EIT Food journey.
Thank you very much. Another question. I know there's a lot of competition in the field of proteins and development in this field, but your advantage is that you have vegan products. So do you know?
So first of all,
yes.
First of all, we are not competing with protein providers. Our product will be improving the protein intake. So let's imagine an athlete who is taking whey-based protein powder to speed up muscle mass building. Mechanzymes will not be a replacement for this product. An athlete would still have to use whey powder, but with an addition of mechanzymes, the end results, the muscle mass will be built much faster. So we are speeding up the process of protein intake and not replacing the standard protein products. That's the main advantage of our products.
Oh, thank you very much for your answer. And another question, the last one for you. I recall you said you didn't patent your product because of some limitations. Which are these limitations that you didn't patent your product?
So basically, the main issue we have right now is that if we are willing to patent our solution, we would need to specifically identify all the possible combinations of input material that we will be using for production of mechanzymes powder. And since this is basically impossible to name all the combinations, all the possible proportions, it doesn't make sense to patent the solution, because it would be very easy to avoid by potential competitors. So we will simply stay with know-how. We will try to control the majority of the production process. Only the last elements like packaging will be outsourced to external service providers. This is to keep it secret.
Thank you very much for your time, for your presentations, and for your answers. And I wish you all the best and good luck on the market and all the success you can get. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Matej, would you like to know how do we pronunciate your name in Slovene language?
Sure.
Matej. It's Matej.
Matej.
So you are Matej. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
It's
Bye-bye.
time to get to know the final startup. And with us is Mrs. Małgorzata from startup Legume. Are you here?
Yes. Hello. Hiya.
Witam również panią.
I hope
it's correct.
I'm very happy with your pronunciation of my name. because I find it for many people very exotic.
Thank you. So now, not just the stage, but the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm representing Legume, and our startup was made to help reduce waste. And how we do it is just by using waste. So we are doing disposable plates, cutlery, bowls, and any other single-use items out of byproduct of food production. So now it's like from seeds, from oil pressing, but there is a huge potential of using other wastes. Of course, we are doing it because there's much more plastic than should be on our planet. We know all of it, but it's not only knowing, it's how we deal with it. And how we can deal with it is providing simple solution. And our solution is basically to take something that is already organic and something that people are throwing and treat as a waste, but we treat it as potential material for making our product. Another reason is that EU is introducing new regulation when plastic will not be allowed. There's more and more pressure from governments around the world to reduce plastic disposables. What is actually Legume? So for now, we are using plates as an example, as a first prototype product. But it's not only that. We are not only using plates. The idea is to reusing byproducts from food production. Similar products, what you can find already on the market is Biotrim. They're producing edible plates from bran, but they are using something that already can be food. Our product is something that people normally would throw away. Subculture, same story. Basically, the cups are kind of like bread and coffee form. Unfortunately, here it's not that ecological as I checked, because they are using, of course, coffee grounds, but they are mixing it with PLA, which, as far as we know, is only recyclable in Spain. In a sense, not recyclable, but you can process it and make it ecological only when it will travel and be processed. What is top sale? What is already on the market? What customers will choose if they will go for something ecological? They will use a paper, like starch paper or paper, brown paper, or something eco, but they are not as robust. They are not as good for example, wet products like soups or stew. They are not so efficient. What is good about them is that they are light. Our product is not as light, but the quality of those products is much lower. Our value proposition is not, as I said, plates are only prototype. What we are actually selling is the technology which we, with the help of Dominic Rodak, my co-founder also of Legume and my great friend, we made technology which we can easily adjust to other ideas. So basically, customers can come to us and ask for specific shape, branding, or any idea how to use this biomaterial, and we can provide the solution. Our opportunities, of course, people are more aware, and also governments are more aware that we have to reduce plastic, and and because of that, there is high demand to purchase something that is ecological, and also preferably nowadays, especially local. with the shortage of lorry drivers, and in general, we should put more pressure or low food miles. And collaborations, of course, suppliers of raw materials, so not only oil cakes, but other raw materials that normally would be waste, and other use of this product, so customization. Our technology, as I said, we made our technology from the beginning, from working in a garage at the beginning, and then developing the press, which can be easily adjusted to other shapes. Our business model, of course, we are doing it to heal the environment, and that's what we want to do. And we want to present high quality product that will be able to, will be robust enough to for customers to use it for soups, for liquid products, but also for takeaways, and will stay on shelf for a longer time. And it's for anyone who wants, like us, better future without plastic. And of course, we will collaborate with food manufacturers, with distributors, and with farmers who provide us the raw materials. So our plan is to find customers, and there are two ways. So first, we will send the samples for like food manufacturers, so coffee places, any restaurants, festivals. They will check if our product, if our prototype is matching their needs, and then we will ask their feedback, and then we will improve the product, and then we will start small sales, and then we will grow from that. So we will make sure that our product is 100% ready to go before we will do upscale. And another approach is that also we can customize the idea. So if our customer will say, we want this shape, we want this branding, we want this color even, or this specific material, or I want it to smell in specific way, we can do it, but at least we can develop it, and then we can customize this solution. Here is business revenue. Of course, it's very, at this very beginning, I will not go to details because, of course, we don't have enough time for year by year business revenue. Roughly, we will do the testing, then we do small scale production on our machines, which are very manual, and then we will do upscale, which will be more automized but still sustainable, and then we will grow to sale even like abroad. And we already made conversations with customers, and feedback is great. Some customers want to already customize it, and they are very happy to try it, but they are asking about properties. So that's why we are sending the samples at the beginning. And this is our team. So Dominic, he's co-owner and co-founder, and he is doing the technology for us. Evelina, she's product development, so she not only finds the raw materials, but also she's responsible for quality of product. And Alexandra, she's doing sales and marketing. Recently, we signed a contract with small restaurant to do the pilot with them. So we will give them the samples, and then they will use it on their customers, so we can have a feedback. And me. And here you can see the contact for us. So if you have any questions or any suggestions, especially when it comes to business development and any questions as it comes of investment or any potential solutions for us or potential collaborations, you can. I'm happy to stay in touch. And thank you. Thank you for listening.
We also have questions for you. And first, in which phase of your development are you at the moment? So you already have prototypes, and now you are doing sampling to the restaurants or some other companies. Is this correct?
Exactly, yes. So now we are not selling. We are sending prototypes as samples to the customers so they can try, and we can have feedback from them what to adjust. So we have collaboration already with a couple of restaurants in Warsaw, and if they will say, yes, we are taking it, we are happy to produce for them and produce much more. But we want to be sure that the product is the highest quality possible.
How much time will this process take, approximately? Do you know? Do you have some estimations?
It's really hard to say. Depends on the feedback, because if the product is totally not acceptable, of course you would have to spend much more time to develop the solution that will fit their expectations. But my estimation is that before spring, we will be ready to produce this 1,000. So it is small scale amount.
Okay.
Because in the spring, the festivals will hopefully the festivals will start, and then barbecues and people will start to go out. And that's when we want to be ready.
We all hope that the festivals and the concerts and everything will start as before, I don't know how many years ago, too many. And we wish you a lot of success, of course, and of course a lot of festivals, a lot of prototypes, and a lot of successful sales and customers, of course. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
We saw that in the background that they have sunny weather, so have a nice day further. And just thank you to the entire Polish team. Do viđenja. In zdaj je čas, da se selimo še v Maribor, kjer na Fakulteti za kmetijstvo.
To Maribor, where the Faculty of Agricultural and Life Sciences, we have a researcher, and we're going to get to know him soon. But before that, we'll take a 3-minute break just so that our speaker can prepare for the next session. So I already mentioned our guest who is with us in the studio. He's not only a researcher, but also a professor, a reviewer, and an entrepreneur. I'm talking about Mr. Yuri Rakun, who's an associate professor, and who's going to talk about the innovative projects in precision agriculture. This is a very intriguing topic, and well, welcome in our studio. Welcome to our studio. And of course, it's nice to be here in person. So we have an intriguing subject before us. And the floor is yours. Thank you. My name is Yuri Rakun. I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Agriculture and Life Sciences, University of Maribor. I mostly focus on computer vision, digital processing, digital signal processing, and today, however, I'm going to talk about innovative projects in precision agriculture, which we work on in our chair. But before we introduce our projects, let us first define precision agriculture. So what is precision agriculture? This includes various procedures based on spatial and temporal variability. It also incorporates various strategies and processes and technologies that make possible to react at the right time, to do the right action, and to do it in just the right quantity. And precision agriculture can also help us with the following. We can improve sustainability in the sense of, for example, a sustainable use of land. It can help us save resources, for example, the chemicals, and then all of this can help us to increase the yield at the end of the season so that the crops are sufficient, and this, of course, will also have an impact on the profitability. The technologies of precision agriculture require different kinds of knowledge, and this area is at the intersection of various disciplines. And I'm now going to present some projects that we deal with in the field of precision farming. So I divided these projects into 3 groups. First, there is a student project, then 2 pilot projects, and then 2 international projects. And one of those is Transfarm, which I'm going to focus on later on. The student project Farm Beast has been running for several years, and every year we choose a group of students from different study disciplines, so students of agriculture, of IT, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, mechatronics. And the idea of this project is to encourage and to prepare the students for the forthcoming technologies and for precision agriculture. And we want to do that by trying to encourage them for agriculture through these projects. As part of this project, we actually focus on the development of an autonomous robot, which we then take to an international competition. Our robots have to move around autonomously across the field. They have to be aware of their location. They have to map the area sometimes. And then the organizers also introduces a particular topic. So for a particular competition, so for example, they have to detect certain plants, the weeds, for example, and treat it accordingly. Another competition is freestyle. This is one field where the students can demonstrate their creativity, and this is where the students usually design new appliances for the machines. We can see 2 of those. So we can see one at the front and at the back, because this allows us to apply phytopharmaceutical substances. But in addition, this appliance can detect weeds and then treat them selectively by first cutting them mechanically and then spraying them with chemicals, or they can be thermically treated. And the idea of this project is to prepare the students for the upcoming technologies. Next, we're going to focus on two pilot projects, which are taking place as part of the M16.2 framework. The first is the project which has to do with the development of sensor networks, which are AI supported and help us predict various critical situations in the future. And then the second will also be presented in a short video, and this project has to do with the development of a UAV and a special camera. So why did we actually design this drone? Well, we want all these solutions to have a purpose, and when we analyzed the market, we figured that it would be best to design our own drone. This particular, which you can see here, can carry 7.5 kilos of load, and we divided a special multispectral camera for this vehicle, and we used the low-cost components, the process units, the cameras and various filters, which then help us obtain the images that you can see. And these images are used to calculate a variety of indexes. Next, we have two international projects. The first one is Rovitis 4.0, which is an EIP Agri project, and it took place in Italy. As part of this project, we were invited as the only international partner to take part in it, because usually these projects are limited to the countries, but because of a good history of good cooperation with our partners from Italy, they somehow managed to convince the authorities to also include us in the project. And as part of this project, we developed an independent robot for wine making, and we developed the software. So this was the so to speak the mind of this robot, so it can be autonomous. And in order for the robot to be autonomous, it has to rely on a number of sensors, and we used predominantly low-cost sensors, and these sensors sometimes work, sometimes they don't, so we had to adapt the algorithms to pick the most reliable reading at a particular moment. So we developed a robot which goes out of the garage, goes into the vineyard, and does the job, and then returns to the garage. And this brings us to the last project, which is called Transform 4.0, and this project is funded through the Interreg CE program. And the project involves 10 partners from 5 EU member states, and the project focuses on precision farming. We carry out a variety of actions as part of this program, and we try to bring precision farming closer to the farmers, but at the same time we try to collaborate with the industry and the governmental organizations, in particular as part of the smart specialization initiatives. And as part of this project, we also have 3 pilot sub-projects. We focus on applications, and then also we deal with the big data challenge, and finally we also focus on close proximity detection. And as part of the pilot project, we have 3+1 partners in addition to us. We have colleagues from Aerobo net cluster in Slovenia, Aerobo, so they deal with agro-robotics. And then we have partners from Italy. The first one is CREA, which is an institute for winery, for winemaking and winery. And then we have a partner from the commercial sector, the Gaspardo. They're called Gaspardo. And I'm now going to introduce this project. I'm going to present the components, the concept of the project, and then also provide with some preliminary conclusions that we obtained this year. So this is a pilot project focusing on proximal sensing, and it comprises partnership between Italian and Slovenian partners. This is the main idea of this project, to share good practices across the border. And the objective that we focus on is also at the same time the focus, one of the focuses of the EU Commission, and that is to reduce the use of plant protection products by 50% by 2030. So what does that mean? Does that mean that also that the yields will be lower at the end of the season? No, I think the answer is no, because I think that precision farming has an answer to this question. In theory, the farmers want to see their orchards and vineyards to form a perfect green wall made of those plants. But in reality, we often have problems how to achieve this. Reasons include various diseases, for example. So one of those is where you have to remove parts of the plants which have rotted away. So in order to be able to do all of that, we need special machinery, and this is actually a field where precision farming actually has the right answers. So if we can add special valves, electromagnetic valves and special sensors, however, we can actually improve and upgrade this existing machinery. And to give you a better idea, let us have a look at the software and hardware components of these solutions. The hardware comprises the processing unit, the LiDAR sensors, and then the relay shield, which will help us control the electromagnetic valves. The sensors will generate a lot of data, which then have to be processed with the processing unit. And regarding two LiDAR systems, I'd like to highlight that one of the LiDARs is installed so that it follows the surrounding, that is on the top and on the vertical plane, and the other one on the horizontal plane. So why do we use two LiDARs? I'm going to try to explain this with the next two slides. So let us first explain what is a LiDAR. This is a sensor which measures the distance between from the sensor to the scene. And as you can see here, and this way we get the shape of the surrounding or the area, and the viewing angle measures from 0 to 270 degrees, and the angular resolution is 1 degree, and the range is from 0.05 to 4 meters. And in addition, LiDAR systems also provide information about the reflected light, so we can detect the plants in the area. So the vertical LiDAR actually monitors where the plants and detects the plants. So, but why do we have the horizontal LiDAR? I'm going to try to explain this using this the next slide. So this comprises an algorithm for canopy detection, and then another one for triggering electromagnetic valves. And in the middle we have localization. We need the localization because the sensor systems and the valves are not positioned next to each other, because and we have to keep them apart because otherwise the spraying could disrupt the detection. So we need localization so as to know where the measurements took place, and then at the same time this will help us open the valves at the right time. So there are different prototypes available similar to that we have, and their common denominator is the GPS system, which means they use more expensive sensors, and those have to be calibrated. And in order to assess the location, we had to prepare an algorithm, the so-called SLAM algorithm, and this is usually used with autonomous robots, so they can map the area and then locate themselves, position themselves in that map. So once when we tested this algorithm, we did so in the hallway of our building and then outside, and using this algorithm and an additional sensor, we created a digital reconstruction of various scenarios. So we created a cloud of points, and in our system we're not building it, but we use this algorithm to help us position the robot. And let us have a look at the results. So this year we managed to test the system in an orchard and in a vineyard. And in the orchard, test took place at our faculty, and we found that the savings, so we compared the open and closed positions, and the savings were between 20 to 30%. And the actual amount of used, the actual amount of chemicals that had been sprayed, we found that the savings in terms of those chemicals was even higher, was even greater, so around 50%. So for example, in one row we used 93 liters of the chemical, and with our system, however, we only used 36 liters. But the vines were not exactly the same, and so we're talking about an approximation. And of course, this also depends on the area where the robot is actually used. In conclusion, I'm going to show you a short video which was created as part of our testing, and given the collected data, we can conclude that it is possible to use less protection products if they're applied with greater focus, and at the same time this reduces the pollution, and at the same time we increase the profit because simply we use less products. And for the future, we would also want to speed up the process and make the robot even more accurate and more precise. And we also want to test it on more and less complex sensors, because the less complex the sensors are, the cheaper the product. But of course the precision also drops, and the better sensors you have, the greater accuracy you get. So we need some sort of a compromise. And this brings us to the end of my conclusion, so thank you for your attention. And of course, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Yes, we of course have some questions by my colleagues, journalists. So we saw a video at the end of your presentation showing us the results of one of the sub-projects for developing, where you developed a more precise system for applying chemicals or protection products, and you announced that by the end of the year you will have a solution for commercial purposes. So of course we would like to know, how far have you got? Is everything going according to plan, or do we have to wait a little bit more? Well, we'll have to wait a little more because we're still improving this solution, and the existing one is already good enough, but we still see some potential for possible improvements of the system, so we could achieve an even greater savings. So can we ask the same question again by next summer? Yes, of course. We have another question. So in Slovenia, precision farming first actually got its roots in agriculture. So, and of course, where else can we use these solutions? Well, we can use them in all areas where we have particular demands. And what we want to do is that we want to combine different experts, those from the fields of IT, from mechanical engineering, and so forth. So we want to bring all of those together and help them provide solutions that will cater to the needs of precision farming. Well, congratulations for your results and for your work with the students. And then we have the last question. So how are you personally actually satisfied with the technological advancement of Slovenian agriculture? Well, we could definitely do much more here. And our solutions actually try to be affordable also for our farmers, but it seems to me that this process is actually going too slow. And in the beginning, we actually already addressed this question at the beginning of the conference, and I'm sure that if they hear you, I mean the representatives of the ministry, I'm sure they will pay attention to that. Do we have any more questions? No, but we'll definitely get back to you before next summer. Well, the Finance newspaper and Agrobusiness actually follows the situation the whole time. So thank you once again for joining us in the studio. And of course, we'll continue with the next speaker, who is going to talk about an innovation of a procedure. And we have a researcher with us from Belgrade, Dr. Aleksandra Ivetic. So we're very pleased to have you with us. Good afternoon. So the floor is yours.
Activities. The first one, which is the primary, it's improving the nutrition of domestic animals and research and developing the innovative products. And the second one is the use of byproducts and reuse of the waste from the food industry. And we done this year very huge project with Fricom. This is the biggest frozen food factory in the Balkan, where we established the new products for the feeding of domestic animals with reuse of the waste from their factory. But today we want to speak and present our innovative product, silage stabilizers, which is our primary activity to improve the nutrition of domestic animals. And as we know, the silage is preparing only once a year, and it's used the whole year. And this is very big challenges, how to make the good silage with protective the all nutritional value inside of the green mass, because ensealing is a process of lactic acid fermentation of the green mass of the plants, where it's produced by the work of lactic acid bacteria. It's produced lactic acid, acetic acid with conservated silage. Literary silage, we can see what is for us people pickled food, like pickled cucumbers, pickled cabbage. This is silage for the animals. But we have refrigerators, we have basements, and the silage is made in the amounts of ton on ton of green mass. And the dry matter of the silage is only 35%. So this means that the rest of that is water. And how we can make this one without spoilaging, to have the good source of healthy feed, because as we know, all spoilage parts of the silage has to be thrown away. As we know, in the recent years, it was the presence of aflatoxin in the milk became from the bad quality of the corn, and corn is one of the source for the silage making. And this was the problems, because it's no turning back, because the silage is making only once a year when the vegetation period for the plants is appropriate. And it's no turning back, because when the silage open after traditionally additives, it's 40 days or longer. This means late autumn, winter. We cannot repeat preparing the ensealing and silage. So the farmers who throw away the spoilage parts, because if it's these components are in feeding of domestic animals, it comes the different diseases, and in the latest instance can be the death of the animals. And we make the solution. Our solution close those gaps and gives the possibility to enseal without losses. And we name him a silage stabilizers, because he gives the stable process of ensealing. And it's very simple to apply, and every farm can be used. This is unique product, and it's with target to expel oxygen from the silo mass. Oxygen is a detrimental factor of the spoilaging of the silage, and until the oxygen is present in the silo mass, the lactic acid fermentation cannot begin, because the lactic acid bacteria, it's anaerobic, and they ask for anaerobic conditions. Until the oxygen is present, all the unwanted microorganisms, which are naturally on the epiphytic, on the surface, epiphytic microflora of the plants, or the surface of the plants are present, they take all the nutrients for their metabolism and excrete the toxins inside of the silage. This is the first product for expelling the oxygen from the silage, which is for the very good response to the farmers. And in 2020, our team was part of we participate in Delta Business Incubator. And during those incubator, we have a possibility to test our product and Delta Agrar farm, which indeed those farm was 500 dairy cows with fast silo opening only for the 15 days. The results, we had feeding the trial, and the results was 1 liter of milk per day increasing with our silage stabilizers and silage which was prepared with our product. We have proven effects in the biggest farms in the Serbia, Delta Agrar, Kamendin, Pig Bečej, Bela Reka, also we done ensealing, and then the smaller farms. But the most important is that our product, it's for ensealing in all types, as for horizontal silos, round bales, silo bags. Also, it's for ensealing different types of the plants, corn, alfalfa, rye, mixture of the grass. So it's very easy to apply on the farms. We have the components are organic, and those components are food and feed additives, and it's approved in the European Union. They give the pleasant citric aroma, and with this aroma, it's increasing the voluntary intake of the of the animals during the nutritions. But the basic target, and which is the most important, we have only 2 hours to achieve the anaerobic conditions, comparing to 100 hours with traditional techniques or traditionally products existing on the market. What we can admit that is a huge difference because it's 50 times faster, and it's first time in our country and it's first time in the world this kind of the products. We are a very young startup from 2019, but with huge experience in agriculture. And in agriculture market, it's a very global silage additive market. It will go to rise. We have here projections for 2026, and those rising demands for the additives, it's parallelly rising for demands of the food, milk, and meat. And already in the farms, it became practice to use the additives during the sealing, because the farmers knows that they have to have the quality silage, because depending on the silage and hay which they produce on their farms, they will can save the money, because they will not have to buy some other sources from on the market. The things what they buy, this is concentrated feed, but if they have good silage which can produce from their fields, this means and good productions in their farms. If we can compare the product and the competition is primary the lactic acid bacteria inoculants, and this is the huge big one transnationally, internationally. Companies like Pioneer, Schaumann, Biomain, Christian Hansen, BASF, but their products are different according to the strains of lactic acid bacteria which they have, and those strains are isolated from the epiphytic microflora of bacteria. Then they are developed and dry, so there can be products on the market. But it's the difference between them and the silage stabilizers. And the most important thing, it's on the safe anaerobic environment and fast anaerobic environment, because the only silage stabilizers make for 2 hours stable anaerobic environment and in the silomass. And the silage stabilizers gives those pleasant aroma, citric aroma, and the pleasant smell, which is very good because we don't have any tools to push the animals to eat, to consume the feed. This is the our latest jury of the product, if the animal would consume the feed or not. And with silage stabilizers, we have the proven effects in the all farms where it was used. It was, but I can say that it's very easy to apply, and it's have the influence of rapid pH reduction, so the have a secure acetic condition, so to make the good one with fast lactic acid fermentation makes the good amounts of lactic acid and acetic acid, which is most important after the silage is open, because with as I said, we done the trials in Delta Agrar, and silage is open in only 15 days. So 15 days, and traditionally it's 40. And with those 15 days, it was feed 500 dairy cows. And because for 2 hours, we don't have to wait longer for starting the fermentation, and to have converted the nutritions and protecting for the eating of the domestic animals, and to have good amounts of conservative acids, because it's important when the silage is open, then again the oxygen in the frontal part of the silos will enter. So depending of the amount of these conservative acids and the quality of fermentation, this means that silage can be again spoiled. But with our silage stabilizers, this doesn't happen. Our team, this is presented the nucleus of our team. My colleague Nena Stojanovic and myself, we are academic startup. We are colleagues from university days. Nena decided to go to the production, and he's have a huge experience in making the concentrate feeds and complete feed mixtures for domestic animals. And myself, I'm dedicated to the research and developing of innovative products. I have already 2 patents with another products for ensealing, and with those I was participating in numerous world innovation exhibitions, which the innovations are rewarded with gold medals and other awards. For 2021, so this year, with silage stabilizers, and this was my great honor. I received a medal from World Intellectual Property Office for the innovation silage stabilizers, and for which I was present in Korea CSL this year. Also, silage stabilizers has awards from Canada, Hungary, Romania, Czech Republic, Serbia Nikola Tesla Award. And our team, Pharma Innova in China, among 800 startups, was chosen in 100 best technology industrial innovations from 10 industrial fields and 10 innovations in each field, which was a very good result for us. This year, with silage stabilizers in Serbia, we unsealed more than 15,000 tons of different plants in different farms. We also participate now in test farm program from Agri-Food, and for 2022 we are going to Spain to demonstrate our product to the Spanish farmers. As a summary, I would like to say that we are believe in progress, and we are dedicated to research and to make the innovation and to help the farmers and agribusiness to make the better quality for the feed and to produce the good food for us in the future. We have some specific approach for the marketing, because as young startup, we don't invest the huge money for marketing, commercial or websites, but we go directly to the farmers on their call, and we demonstrate ensealing on their farms, so they can open in his presence, they can open, they can see results, and they after they call us, and we can make some agreements for the next seasons. This was some short notice from Pharma Innova. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for inviting me to be the part of this conference. This is the first time that we are participating, and this is the great honor for us. And we are pleased that farmers and people from Slovenia can hear about our product.
As you said, you are a young and small startup, but with a great idea, with a lot of awards. What are your next goals for the, I don't know, for development, for the business?
Okay. The next goals, first one, we are looking for strategic partner. We are looking for investment. We are investitor. And we are looking for the company who has already the big logistic and which already has experience in agriculture market, so that we can make a joint partnership about presenting the silage stabilizers, not only in Serbia and in other countries. The second goal, it's also we are making now 2 more innovations again for preparing the animal feed.
Can you tell us a little bit more about these 2 innovations, or is still too early?
It's okay. One is for preparing the good hay without an unwanted moisture. So preventing without for the spoilaging, and another one is a device for in the silo bags, how we can make the additives insert in the silo bags and again expel the oxygens.
Another question. You said that you approved participants for ET food test farm. What means that? You said that you will go to Spain to show your product. What else?
The test farm program from the Food, it's a program for the startups in agriculture. So we apply there, and they give the possibility for the startups to test their products in some other countries, and some funds it's limiting, but it's enough for traveling and to do the necessary trials. What we are doing and what we was present today, I was present here, it's done in Serbia, and we want to connect more. And this is the good program for us, that we can connect with European Union, and now in this program in the first place in the Spanish agriculture company, and they will make after that, after the opening the silage, they will make the demo day, they will invite the people from agribusiness, and I hope that we can make some contract and maybe the future cooperation.
Thank you very much. Another question for you. You said you want to enter also foreigner markets, also the regional markets. So you also, let's say, you can look for some business partners or sales representatives in Slovenia. Are you interested in that?
We would like that. We would like that. We hope that you can give us some contacts, or people will listen. We are very open to talk. We can give all the data necessary, all opinions from the farms. We will send. We can travel to Slovenia. And what I would like to say, that the silage stabilizers are patent protected with they have patent pending in Serbian Intellectual Property Office and in World Intellectual Property Office also.
So you have a good base and a lot of energy and a lot of ideas and for the future. And we wish you all the best to succeed in Serbia, in Slovenia, in Spain, in Poland, wherever they need your product. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
So that's it from my part, Mojca.
And yes, thank you for all other guests and all other participants to be with us whole day. And we just wish you best of luck on your business path. Ampak vsem vam, ki se zavedate, da je v sodobnem...
But I would like to say to all of you who now know that there is a noble seed within modern technologies, and for that I would like to thank you. I would like to thank you for being with us today. I would especially like to thank our supporters. Because of you we were able to organize this conference. Please follow the tenders. We hope to see you again next year. Hopefully we will see each other live. Nobody knows what time will bring. We would like to wish you a pleasant rest of the day. Thank you and goodbye.